Okay, we'll start when you're ready, and then we can do roll call and then do the video, or do you want to do the video first and then the roll call?
Let's do roll call first and then the video.
Recording in progress.
Okay.
And let me call to order the Los Gatos Town Council meeting of January 18th. And if we could start with a roll call, please.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Sayoc.
Here.
Councilmember Hudis.
Here.
Councilmember Badami.
Here.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Rennie.
And I'm here also. Thank you. So everybody is present. So first up on our agenda is going to be presentations. Thank you for the commissioners that terms have ended.
Mayor, sorry, before you get, do you want to do the Rules of Civility video first?
Oh, yes. Sorry, go ahead. Too many things in my head here.
The public is welcome to participate at Town Council meetings, understanding that the purpose of the meetings is to conduct the important business of the town in an efficient and effective manner. At each meeting, the following expectations of civil conduct shall apply. 1. For the benefit of the entire community, the Town of Los Gatos asks that all speakers follow the town's meeting guidelines by treating everyone with respect and dignity. This is done by following meeting guidelines set forth in state law, in the town code, and on the cover sheet of the council agenda. 2. The town embraces diversity and strongly condemns hate speech and offensive hateful language or racial intolerance of any kind at council meetings. 3. Town council and staff are well aware of the public's right to disagree with their professional opinion on various town issues. However, antisocial behavior, slander, hatred, and bigotry statements are completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated in any way, shape, or form at Town Council meetings. 4. All public comments at the Town Council meeting must pertain to items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the town and shall not contain slanderous statements, hatred, and bigotry against non-public officials. 5. The town will go through the following steps if a disturbance results from a member of the public not following these rules. If participating remotely, town staff may mute the individual with an explanation for the record of why muting occurred consistent with this policy. If participating in person, the mayor may call a recess for violation of this policy, resulting in the immediate cessation of the audio and video recording and the council exiting the chamber. Staff will determine if the individual should be removed or if all members of the public should leave, depending on the extent of the disturbance. In the event that all public members exit, only the press would be allowed back in the meeting. Once the individual or individuals leave, the council would return to the chamber and the mayor would resume the meeting. Persons disrupting a council meeting may be cited for violation of the California Penal Code Section 403. These expectations of conduct also apply to meetings of all town boards, committees, and commissions.
All right, thank you. So next we'll go to our commissioner end of term commendations. I want to thank all of our commissioners for their service to the town, the people that volunteer on our commissions and in other places in town are what help make our town as special as it is. Let's see, our outgoing list of commissioners is Robert Philbrook on the board of BOA,
Building Board of Appeals.
Building Board of Appeals, I guess it should be more letters. Laura Kramer Raumil from our Community Health and Senior Services Commission. Peter Hertan from the Complete Streets Commission. Lee Quintana from our General Plan Committee. Lynn Doherty from our Library Commission. Marie Tangnay from our Library Commission, Brent Corenson from our Parks Commission, Jeffrey Suzuki from our Planning Commission, and Kendra Birch from our Planning Commission. And I will read our commendation, it says, whereas all of these people's names served as the town of Los Gatos as a member of our town's general plan committee and other commissions. And during this period, they unselfishly contributed their time, energy, and capabilities to these committees. The town council feels that such outstanding public service deserves special recognition. Now, therefore, the town council of the town of Los Gatos does hereby render with special appreciation, commendation, and thanks to all of these people. Each one will have their own commendation for their dedicated public service to the town of Los Gatos and to its residents. And I again thank everybody for helping to make Los Gatos the special place that it is.
And Mayor, some of them are in attendance. Did you want me to move them over so they can turn their camera on?
Sure, that would be a great idea. Do we have a way of capturing screenshots, picture of if we get cameras on?
I'm not sure on that one.
So I see Kendra and Marie and Peter. Feel free to turn on your camera if you like and give us a wave. Oh, and there, and Lee, she's got her camera on.
I'm trying to make sure I've got them all that are over here. Okay, I don't see any others. So those that I have promoted, if you want to turn your cameras on, that would be Lee, Kendra, Marie, Peter.
This is Marie. I don't see the option to turn the camera on. I see mute and unmute.
Yeah, same.
All right.
Ah, there we go.
Different. Oh, John, okay. Okay, now I see. Hi, guys.
There you are. Hi. Thank you, Marie, for your service.
Hi, Marie, my neighbor.
Hi, my pleasure.
Hi, Kendra. Thank you for your many
Hi.
years of service on the Planning Commission.
Thank you so much. It's a lot of fun.
And Peter, thank you for your many years of service on different commissions, I think it was. And Lee, thank you for your service. So I guess thank you, and we'll move on to our next agenda item.
Thank you.
All right, so next on our agenda is council matters. So let's start with Councilmember Sack.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 items to report on behalf of the work that I've been doing. First is with the Peninsula Committee of the Cal Cities. We are curating a series of upcoming webinars for not only our own elected officials here in Los Gatos, but as well as for San Mateo and Santa Clara County. And the first one will be, it's specific to housing because that's top of mind for many of our communities. And so again, you should be receiving information about that. But if not, I will send that out to Town Manager Pravetti so she can make sure that it goes out to everyone and it's free to all elected officials. The other area of concern is the City Selection Committee. This is where city elected representatives of each city chooses their representatives to represent Cities Association on regional boards. And so there were 3 decisions made. The first is the alternate for the Association of Board of Bay Area Government. That's the executive board for ABAG. And Councilmember Yvonne Beltran of Morgan Hill was selected to represent our area. For Measure A, the Oversight Committee on the 2016 Housing Bond, Glenn Hendricks of Sunnyvale was chosen to represent us, to continue representing us. He has a 1-year term. And so he announced that if there's anyone that may be interested in serving on this in the future, to work with him so that he can basically provide some transition for anyone that would be interested in serving on this board. It's a board that's very important in that it oversees how the 2016 housing bond was spent. And as we know, Los Gatos has always been keen on getting some of this money. And then the third is the Silicon Valley Regional Interoperability Authority Board of Directors. And chosen was our very own Councilmember Hudis is our alternate and continues to be so. So those are the selections that were made at the last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Sounds great. Councilmember Risto or Vice Mayor Risto. Okay, used to the name change.
I can't see either. Thank you, Mayor. I attended a variety of meetings and had a lot of outreach with residents. I believe all council members were attendance at the January 10th Finance Commission meeting to watch those proceedings. That same evening, I attended the Los Gatos Meadows community meeting. As a local resident right below the Meadows, they've been meeting for years with local residents to discuss their plans and address concerns with the immediate neighbors. So this was prior to going to the Planning Commission last week. Discussion that came up at that point was concerns about height, concerns about pedestrian access, the construction timeline. On the 11th, I met with some local residents and a cannabis business owner to discuss consideration of retail in Los Gatos. I also attended a bicycle champion training with the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition to be trained to be a local ride leader. I've done a number of ride leads before the pandemic on infrastructure rides, and this shift is toward more beginner and family rides in a variety of locations. So I'll be looking toward getting some bike rides, in our new safer infrastructure for beginners in Los Gatos who are interested. So I'll try to get the word out to people and see who wants to join on that. Let's see. On the same day, I had my monthly Silicon Valley Sanitation District Board of Directors meeting. We had a light agenda, but we did select our new chair, which is Yan Zhao, the former mayor of Saratoga, and I was selected vice chair. That same evening, I attended a TWW meeting where there were 3 housing experts to discuss concerns and issues around housing. They were from SV at Home and San Jose Conservation Corporation. On the 13th, I watched the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission meeting. We have 2 new commissioners on that commission, and they started their discussion of their priorities for the next year. I also attended the Safe Routes to School community meeting. Safe Routes to School is really re-energized after COVID. I mean, with remote learning and everything, commuting to school really changed up, and also the fact that people were hesitant to carpool. But looking at the numbers we've got with Safe Routes right now, in the elementary levels, excluding Lexington, we've got about 25% of our students walking and biking to school. And at Fisher Middle School, we've got more than 50% walking and biking. So, these are really good numbers. We'd like to see them go higher. And I think with our improvements in infrastructure and more encouragement, we can do that. And then the next goal would be to retain that high level of active transportation through the high school years. And as I've said before, the biggest traffic issues are self-imposed traffic congestion that we create as parents around the schools, and there are solutions to that. So we're going in a great direction, and we've got a great group of people, including the town, working on this. And they've got kindergarten pedestrian training, and we've got bike rodeos in 3rd and 4th grade. So it's all a good program. On the 13th, I took, I think I spent about an hour and a half. I took a tour of Airfield Supply Cannabis Collective in San Jose as part of an informational outreach that was offered to all council members. And I'll talk about it more later, but I have to say I've never been to a cannabis dispensary. I had no idea what to expect, and it was very interesting. So I encourage anybody who's concerned or interested about cannabis to go visit one of there's either 14 or 16 dispensaries in San Jose just to see what one looks like and what it is. No obligation to buy. Let's see. I attended the Democracy Tent meeting that evening. There was an open discussion with a number of residents there. There was a discussion of cannabis retail and the data around it and what we've learned from other communities that have legal cannabis. On Saturday morning, I attended the Shannon Road community meeting, the outreach, along with Councilmember Meadows, and there were a couple of Complete Streets and Transportation commissioners there. I just want to commend our town staff on the robust outreach they continue to do with the residents to work on this very important project that can also present challenges. And I just really want to give a particular call out to our staff because this was a Saturday morning. I know that they're continuing outreach, but that meeting went over 2 hours. And the dedication that we've got to getting this right is really appreciated. And then, last night, I attended a North 40 update with the Harmony Park representative just to see where a proposed project may come on the next phase of the North 40 after the outreach they've been doing to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm tired just listening to it all. It has been a month since we've had a council meeting, so it's good to see everybody still staying busy, working for our town. Councilmember Badami.
Thank you, Mayor. Mine's a short list. On January 10th, I attended the Finance Commission as an observer, and I've also corresponded with constituents over public safety issues, the draft general plan, as well as topics on tonight's agenda. Thank you.
Great, sounds good. Councilmember Meadows.
Thank you. Let's see, starting in the new year on the 10th of January, I participated in the Finance Commission meeting where we selected a chair. Ron Dickel will continue this year and discussed priorities for the year and the work plan for the Finance Commission. And I have to say they have done a lot of great work and have taken on quite a bit of an assignment for 2022 as well. Let's see, I observed the Planning Commission meeting on the 12th of January, where Commissioner Hansen was elected as the chair of the Planning Commission, and Commissioner Barnett was elected as the vice chair. And they, of course, had a full agenda that evening. On the 13th, I participated in a state and local officials webinar that looked at the uses, potential uses of infrastructure funds that could be coming from the federal government. And then, as Councilmember Sayak mentioned, I participated in the city selection committee and am very grateful for the appointment as an alternate to the Silicon Valley Regional Interoperability Authority. And then I also participated along with the vice mayor in the Shannon Road pedestrian outreach meeting, which I thought was conducted very well by town staff. I believe there was a lot of new input and actually some new ideas as well that came about from that meeting. It was attended by probably over 30, maybe 35 members of the public, and as well as commissioners. But the important thing is we heard some new ideas as well as concerns from the public. And so at some point, I'd like to follow up and see when this will be scheduled for the council meeting, council to take it up again. And then I guess that's pretty much it. So look forward to getting started on a whole lot of new things this year.
Great, thank you all council members. Lots of good hard work. My list, I also attend the Finance Commission, as everybody mentioned. On before holidays, 12/23, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District I attended the Mobile Source Committee meeting, more of the same, where we're approving diesel engine replacements, basically for grants for those. On January 6th, I welcomed our new commissioners during their orientation to replace all the commissioners we just saw going out. And also on the 6th, VTA had a board meeting, nothing too much to report there. On January 11th, I did a ribbon cutting for Telferrick, Barcelona, where California Cafe was. And I also ate there last night to try it out. So new restaurant in town. On the 12th, the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board met, and we appointed our new chair, which is Liz Gibbons of Campbell, and our vice chair is George Tyson of Los Altos Hills. During that, we also we approved our 2022 policy platform and 6 key focus areas for an ad hoc committee to address legislative and regulatory responses. The policy platform contains Silicon Valley Clean Energy's overall advocacy strategy on both legislative and regulatory levels, including positions Silicon Valley Clean Energy will take on upcoming bills. In addition, the ad hoc committee will focus on the following 6 focus areas: limiting expansion of direct access, reliability planning and procurement, transparency and accountability in rate making, public safety power shutoffs and wildfire prevention cost recovery, affordability and equity, and decarbonization. On January 13th, the VTA Policy Advisory Committee met, and we appointed Kitty Moore again as chair for a second year, and vice chair, we appointed Sergio Lopez from Campbell. Also on the 13th, I attended the Cities Association Legislative Action Committee, which was mostly an introduction, and the board meeting. During the board meeting, we had a presentation from the planning collaborative related to our housing elements consultant about the housing element, planning for our housing element. And I emphasized to them the need for a set in stone housing generation from SB 9 so that each city can plan more accurately. He kind of said that that's not really their job, but I was hoping that, they'll take word back that how important it is for us to have a really a set number for what housing we can get approved basically by HCD for as a result of SB 9 towards our housing element. And that's it for me since last council meeting. I will go to the town manager for manager matters.
Thank you and good evening, everyone. I'd like to start by introducing our new police chief, and she can turn on her camera. It's my honor and pleasure to introduce to you Chief Jamie Field. We had a very competitive process, and I'm really happy that she did such a great job. She's going to do a wonderful job leading the department as we continue to provide excellent community policing services to our public. So congratulations, Chief, and we look forward to working with you. In addition, I'd like to announce that we are continuing our partnership with the County of Santa Clara, and we will be offering free COVID testing on January 28th. Appointments are advised, and the appointments will be opening on Friday, the 21st of January. So please sign up. Last time it did sell out. And then on the 29th of January, our Youth Commission is doing a new resident event at noon at the Oak Meadow Park to really welcome new residents to Los Gatos. So please support our Youth Commission and join us there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Town Manager. Next on our agenda is our consent items, which consist of items 1 through 6, 3 of which are minutes approval, adoption of our reaffirming our COVID emergency ordinance, a adoption of a resolution to rescind the Los Gatos Boulevard plan as we're working towards our general plan. We're eliminating that. And the actuarial services agreement. So these are all items that are considered to be kind of routine business that we would pass on one vote so that we can spend more time on the more important items. I will start off. Councilmember Hudis, you have your hand up.
Yes, I request that we pull item 5, please.
All right, so item number 5 will be pulled. And at this point, I'll see if there's any, so any member of the public can speak on all the items still on the consent calendar, which are 1 through 4 and 6, if they like. Each person would have 3 minutes to speak about those items if they so desire. Does any member of the public wish to speak on our consent calendar? I see one hand raised. Looks like Kim Hastings, if the clerk could bring her over, please. Kim, you are, looks like you're unmuted, but we're not hearing anything. Yeah, we're still not hearing anything. You've been brought over and it looks like you're unmuted, possibly a problem with your mic maybe. Unfortunately, it's not working. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to move on. That doesn't look like it's working. I see you're muted again. Now you're unmuted, but not hearing anything. Sort of looks like you're highlighted like you're speaking, but we're not hearing anything. Yeah, I see you muting and unmuting, but unfortunately, I'm gonna have to move on. This doesn't seem to be working. You might try logging in and out. Logging out and then in. I don't see any other members of the public who wish to speak. So I guess I will close the public comment. Unfortunately, we were unable to take public comment. I see Councilmember Vice Mayor Risto, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you. With apologies to Kim Hastings, I'll move on and make a motion to approve consent items 1 through 4 and number 6.
Do I have a second? Councilmember Sack?
I'll second the motion.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? Not seeing any, I will go ahead and I guess I will conduct the roll call vote. So Councilmember Sack, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Hudis.
Aye.
Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor. Yeah. Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
And the mayor also votes aye. So items 1 through 4 and 6 pass unanimously. And as our tradition, we will move item number 5 to the end of the agenda, which brings us up to verbal communications. And this will be for members of the public which wish to speak to us about an item that is not on tonight's agenda. Again, you have 3 minutes to speak to us about items that are not on tonight's agenda. Do any members of the public wish to talk about items that are not on tonight's agenda? I see Kim Hastings again. Let's give her another try. Hi, Kim. It looks like you're unmuted. Unfortunately, still not getting anything. So maybe you could try calling in with your phone instead of Zoom. Maybe that will work differently. Unfortunately, we're still not able to hear you. Looks like Kim is the only one who wants to speak on verbal communications. I'm going to go ahead and close verbal communications, but I'll come back later if we can find a way to get Kim to be heard. So at this point, I'll close verbal communications and move on to our public hearings. So we'll start with item number 7, and I will turn it over to staff for our weed abatement program.
Good evening, Matt Morley, Parks and Public Works Director. This is the 4th step of an 8-step process on this item, bringing it through the annual weed abatement efforts. On December 7th, the Council passed a resolution declaring certain hazardous vegetation, namely weeds, to be a public nuisance. This is an opportunity for the public to raise objections to being put on that list. Should anybody be object to that, they have that opportunity now. The council should take this opportunity to hear those objections, and following that, our recommendation is that you would order abatement of the properties listed in your attachment. And that concludes my report, and I'm here to support the deliberation.
All right, thank you. Not seeing any hands immediately from council members. I will go. Councilmember Risto, do you have a question on this item? Vice Mayor Risto, sorry. I'll get it eventually.
I do have a question for Director Morley. As I scanned through the list of residences or addresses on the weed abatement list, I noticed that the Meadows is on there. Is that non-compliance due to the fact that they are planning to start construction, or, as somebody who's right in front of them, and I know they're right up into the hillside, I have a slight concern, but I'm just wondering why they are in non-compliance.
So this is a result of inspections that's completed by the county, and the county takes a look at the properties. If there are weeds that are beyond what we would typically expect on a property in town, then they get added to the list and noticed. So it's just an effort to keep the weeds down and the properties in good condition. So yes, they would have been observed having a large number of weeds, and this will get them into compliance. They still have an opportunity to gain compliance on their own, and if they choose not to, or are unable to, then the county will come in with their contractor and do the abatement for them.
Thank you.
All right, so at this point, I will open it up to public comments on our public hearing about the weed abatement program. Do any members of the public wish to address us? I'm not seeing any hands raised. Looks like no interest on this item, so I'll go ahead and close the public comment on this item and come back to council for a motion. Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. I move to order the abatement of properties listed on the 2022 Weed Abatement Program Commencement Report in Attachment 1.
Great, thank you. I have a motion. Vice Mayor Risto.
I second that motion.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Don't see any hands from council. I'll go ahead and do the roll call vote. By the way, you're appearing on my screen. Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Sack.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudes.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody. So we will close item number 7 and move to other business, item number 8, which is to discuss and provide direction on the following actions to continue the town's support of our economic recovery and community vitality. And I assume I will be turning this over to Monica Wren, our economic vitality manager.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. We're just going to pull up a PowerPoint for you here, and then I'll get started. Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. We're excited to be back here with you this evening to continue the progress forward on our Parklet program. And specifically tonight, we're going to discuss a couple items from our meeting in November to get some follow-up information and then look for some direction. Next slide, please. So tonight we're going to cover three things, and we're looking for your discussion and your direction. The first would be a K-rail extension. Currently, the K-rail is set to be removed on January 31st. Given the delay in construction because of weather and cost and materials and a couple other things, we found that construction has not been able to begin for several of our businesses. We also have several who are waiting to move forward with their building permits that are ready because they're trying to find a contractor or trying to cost out the materials. Everything seems to be coming back a little bit more expensive than it was when we first started this program less than a year ago. We're also going to be talking about deferring some of the public programming that we talked about in November. And we can talk about the specific locations on that when we get to that slide. And then finally, when we met in November, the town council had some pretty specific questions on Graze Lane that the staff wasn't prepared with images and with details to share with you. So we wanted to come back tonight with all of the information that we have so that we could continue that discussion and then make sure that we have clear direction moving forward. Next slide, please. So for the K-rail parklets, as we discussed, they are set to sunset on January 31st. We are renting that K-rail right now. So we're spending about $240 per 50 linear feet to the total of $7,000 per month. So I think the reason why this is important is because as we talk about construction starting and K-rail being moved, of course, this number will change. We do have some folks who are requesting if they have maybe a greater linear frontage on their business and they will be building a parklet. They're asking to shift their parklet down during the construction. We have folks who are asking for an extension due to Omicron. So what we wanted to do is really provide the full picture to the council here of what the cost is to keep that moving forward. Because as we have this discussion, we'll also need the allocation of additional funds so that we can continue the rental if it's the will of the council. So the recommendation that we provided is May 1st. The reason why we're thinking that maybe 3 months would provide folks a little bit more stability in understanding where the construction will be, the material acquisition. If the council wanted to do something a little bit different, there were some options in the staff report that offered things such as, looking for a construction start date, maybe making sure that they're making progress in the process. So there's some options there for the council to consider this evening. And we really understand that there's a balance here, and I think the council does as well. And if you have some questions on it, we can talk about that a little bit more. But there is a balance between the current needs of what businesses have and with what's going on in our economic environment, and then also just the ability to encourage the process. So how do we find that balance, and how do we work with folks so that we can continue to encourage them to build if that's where the council is, or do we want to take a step back and allow it to be out a little longer? Next slide, please. So moving on to the locations that we talked about back in November, we had identified 5 that we talked to the council about for public programming. The first one was pretty easy. It's number 1 there. It's on North Santa Cruz Avenue, and the council had directed that return to parking, so that we can maintain. For the next 2, 3, and 4, we're asking the town council to defer the programming for this right now, and then just possibly consider the location number 5 down on Main Street. So a couple of things have come into play. We've just are realizing that because this parklet program is so fluid, that really programming the spaces that are going to be built up against new parklets might be better suited when the program is wrapping up, as well as just the cost in general. So we have found too that the costs are rising, and it's about $75,000 to $85,000 per parking space is what we're hearing from folks by the time you do design and engineer and the build out We've seen a fluctuation in that based on maybe the grade of the street or where the parklet is. I've seen some as low as like 50 or 60, but for the most part, they're coming in the 70s. And then with the town cost to do all of that, it would be probably about $75,000 to $85,000 to program one parking space. So staff heard the council that there was a desire to kind of understand from the business community what a public parklet meant in front of their space. We have been in touch with some of the stakeholders in the building on the corner of Park and North and Main Street there for location number 5. We received a desk item and some public comment from one of the business owners there who is in support of the bike parking, in support of a larger parklet than one stall. We've heard from the property owner that they too could have a conversation to support that. But at this point, given the cost and where we are in the program, staff's still recommending that we do program the one space, but that's something that you could, of course, consider this evening. Next slide, please. So we also heard, or I also heard from the council when we were discussing some of the parklet, that there wasn't a clear understanding of what the parklets were going to look like or the options. So I wanted to provide this slide this evening. It's the rendering that we have been sharing with our businesses when they enter into the process with our design consultant. And so basically we have a standard parklet here with some interchangeable parts. So the businesses could pick the roofing on one slide and the rail on another. We have black rail, like steel rail. We have some cable options, and then we have horizontal slats. There's also been the ability to do a treatment that looks a little bit like bricks for some folks, if that fits the character of their store. We've also been able to match the concrete with the brick look in it, and then just a straight concrete. So a lot of it will have to do with budget. Some of those extra things do add on a little bit more price for folks. I have found most are going with the standard gray concrete, planters, and then the majority are doing the black steel. So if you go to the next slide, it translates into basically what we see out there right now. I wanted to share this slide in particular because it provides a couple of vantage points for the council to consider. So we see the parklets that have no covers or possibly umbrellas that are down. We see a sail. And then in the bottom left, we see that hard top that the council did approve. So trying to ignore the curtains. I didn't have a photo without the curtains. We will not be doing any vertical barriers. But I wanted to kind of share what that low profile flat roof is. It does add a substantial cost, probably somewhere in the $20,000 range at minimum by the time you design, engineer it, and build it. So it's not something that we're seeing a lot of businesses look into at this point. I think that the council was clear that it was an option, but probably not the favorite option. And I think we'll just see a few that may pop up, but we haven't had an overwhelming interest in that solid roof. Next slide, please. So as we discussed Graze Lane, I have a couple of maps here. This one is just kind of to give us a really high level bird's eye view. I don't expect you to be able to see the details. We'll get it a little bit bigger on the next slide. But before we go there, I just wanted to outline a couple of the points that were in the staff report. So in April of 2020, Graze Lane was originally closed as a pilot placemaking program. And then as we kind of found our way with the semi-permanent parklets and started to shape that program, the closure was extended. And then specifically at that point, parklets were added to the pilot. So this was the meeting where we talked about how the parklets could run down the sides of the curb, how we could integrate the placemaking and the parklets. This was also part of the discussion was by doing that, we still have maintained that Graze is a street. So, excuse me. So by doing that, we have the ability to have flexibility to go back to a street and to remove some of those. We have flexibility to go back to a street if we needed to do that, or if something changed in the future, there's just more flexibility there. So as I just stated, it remains a street. The utilities must remain accessible. And when we get to the next map, I will go into that a little bit more. So currently we just have one restaurant that operates adjacent to Graze Lane. That's Loma Brewing Company, as I'm sure we all are familiar with. I think we had that discussion last meeting. They were, because of the nature of the street, they were actually given fencing instead of K-rail. And then they were given the flexibility to kind of just try a couple different things out there. So when we look at the next slide, we'll see some iterations of paint versus the fencing. And then beyond that, we know that HK Group has leased the Williams-Sonoma building. They're just about ready to get started on the tenant improvements in that space. And they have 2 building permits on file that were filed back in September. One is for the Parklet and that runs along Graze, and then one is for the public area. So they have come forward and partnered with the town and will be providing some asphalt treatment and some furniture, some trees, and then we can look at that and as we move forward in the conversation. So next slide, please. So I'll try to talk my way through this, and I think Arn's going to use the cursor, but what I wanted to really share is that you see the whole green area, and that's what we think of as the Graze Lane Parklet now. When we look at what was submitted with the building permit, there's a little like rectangle slab of concrete towards the bottom center of your slide. So that has some in-ground utilities in it, and it was a loading zone prior to it being a parklet. So with the new, or with what we have in building permit right now, that will return to being the loading zone there. And we will actually start the parklet on the left side of that concrete. So those in-ground utilities will remain accessible from the street. And then where Graze Lane has the tables set up, where Loma has their tables set up, the third table towards North Santa Cruz where the tree is, right there is another transformer that's in the ground. So we've talked about that. We talked about it in November a little bit, that it was causing some discussion about how that parklet could be laid out, because we do have to maintain the accessibility to PG&E for that space. And if you have more questions about the utility, Mr. Morley, the Parks and Public Works Director, is here to answer those as well. So then just below the green, there's 3 driveways on the top of the screen. The first one is a private drive that goes with the property of the building that Loma is in. The next drive is actually also a private drive that comes out of the bank there. And then the third driveway down is the driveway to our, not that one across the street. There, yeah, in the very corner. There you go. That is a public lot there. And we have ADA spaces that are in that lot. So for ADA, we need to have the shortest path of travel to North Santa Cruz. So the folks who do park in those spaces would then use that sidewalk, and they would travel up towards North Santa Cruz to access it. Likewise, across the street on the bottom of the screen, we have the entrance into parking lot 4. And so we have a similar situation there. There are some other ADA spaces, and we have a private thoroughfare between Kismet and Automobile. However, that is private. So we do still need to maintain the path of travel for ADA up that other side of the sidewalk. So moving on to the next slide. So this really brings us down to the building permit that we have that's in process right now. So first, the orientation of this is flipped. So now we're looking at Hero Ranch at the top of the paper. We're looking at Loma Brewing on the bottom, and then we have North Santa Cruz on the right and now University on the left. So it's on its head from the last map. So what we see here is in the top left corner, there's a stack of 3 trees. That rectangle next to that, that's the concrete that I was just talking about, where the parking would be added back in. So everywhere where you see a brick pattern has been an asphalt treatment that the building permit includes. All of the trees are potted fruitless olive trees. And then towards the right there, those little circles are all seeding clusters. So this has been the submission that HK Group has provided for us. And these are the upgrades that they will be providing with this building permit. So they've also agreed to do some of the maintenance. So keeping that area cleaned up, kind of watering the trees. and really looking at it as a partnership. The solid rectangle Parklet would be their submission. And then that dotted line was just an assumption of something that Loma may submit. Given the rules of the Parklet program, Loma could technically submit a Parklet that went all the way to the bump out. But to date, they haven't shown interest in really going beyond the 2 stalls. Next slide, please. So here's just kind of an idea. These aren't exact photos, but just kind of a feel of what we've discussed with the HK group. So it would not actually be an overlay on the asphalt that creates bumps. It would be a paint treatment that gives the look of bricks so that we could just easily return it back to the asphalt if we needed to. So there's no actually extra concrete or anything being poured on top of that. And then some sort of potted, those are fruitless olives there, but the pots, are just to be symbolic. And then for the furniture, that's a similar photo of what they've provided, something kind of fun and chunky, round, that has soft edges, yet doesn't easily walk away in the middle of the night, or is it easily moved to create, different seating scenarios? They would be clustered together. Next slide, please. So these options here on your screen are the ones straight out of the staff report. I wanted to be able to provide them. So as you have your discussion, if it makes it easier to just see it here on the screen, and we walk through each of those, we have options for you in the staff report if you prefer to go in other directions. And then all of us are here. Joel from the Community Development Department, our director there. And then we have Matt Morley, our director of Parks and Public Works, Robert Gray, our building official, and then of course our town attorney and our town manager. We're all here to support this conversation tonight. So we just look forward to helping. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Wren. So before we go to the public, I will see if council has any questions at this point. And first up is Councilmember Hudes.
Good evening, and thank you for the report. And the graphics are very helpful. I might suggest that in the future, the public have a chance to see those kinds of things in advance. But I wanted to know about the outreach and the participation on this, because it does seem as though we are addressing the needs of the restaurants. And while the restaurants are very important and have struggled, so have our retail establishments. And restaurants represent only a fraction, although it's a large one, of the downtown businesses. So question about the other businesses, number one, what do other businesses think about this? And number two, what do non-downtown businesses think about it? Should K-Rail be removed if progress?
Thank you for the question. So the outreach that we have done has been, I've sent about 3 or 4 emails over the last 2 months about this, including before the November discussion and then after the November discussion and 2 leading up to this. I really haven't heard much back from the businesses. We did some Instagram posts and some Nextdoor posts as well. To the email group that I have is not exclusive to downtown. It's kind of a general business email group. So I haven't actually heard back from anybody. We did work with the chamber. They wanted to provide some ideas which were attached to the staff report. I've spoken directly with, of course, the stakeholders here. But as far as the K-Rail goes, I think that folks were fine with it being sunsetted until the winter got so bad with Omicron. So now all of a sudden, within the last probably a few days, I've been hearing, some questions or, what can we do? How can we keep this? I think that the inflation and some of the material stuff has caused a little bit of delay for folks. So I don't have really concrete numbers for you, but it's been a mixed bag. There's a lot of folks who are excited to build. We have a Parklet starting actually tomorrow, and we'll see some K-Rail leave. So there are people that are excited and ready to move forward, but we do still have some folks that have been greatly affected and aren't ready to move on.
If I may have a quick follow on, and
Go
that's
ahead.
Related to spaces 2, 3, and 4. I guess we're recommending to defer making defer getting started on those until the completion of the program. What is the anticipated completion?
Great. So as of now, we still have the deadline being December 31st, 2022. So the end of this year, the Parklet has to actually have received its final approval in order to receive the second half of the grant. So that's been our drop dead deadline. That's really the only deadline that we have. Everything else has been fluid. And so I think if things can move forward, I still think that's a possible deadline. I just don't know what the.
But that's the deadline for completion of the parklets, but I'm concerned about the completion of locations 2, 3, and 4. And if they're just being blocked off, perhaps would it be possible to open them for parking? And since this whole thing is being delayed, and that would probably help the retail folks.
Sure. So 3 and 4 currently are parking. And then number 2 is part of a parklet that's being constructed, and we don't have the definitive end point of that parklet yet. So we don't have the ability to really open that one until we know what that building permit is going to look like. So it's really the ones that are currently not parking would be 2 and then 5. And 5 is K-Rail that's using 2 parking spaces. The proposal that we brought forward was to program 1 and then to reopen the other for parking.
I'm a little confused because I understand that the 2, 3, and 4 are the locations for placemaking investments. Is that correct?
That's correct. So currently 3 and 4 are single parking spaces on either side of a built out parklet. And when we had the discussion in November, what we've been trying to avoid throughout the whole program is to have these single spaces. And particularly number 4 is part of the right turn lane onto Main Street. So it gets a little difficult sometimes for folks to maneuver into that single spot and maneuver the traffic in the right lane.
Okay, I may come back to it when we start the motion, but I do think that if this whole thing is taking a delay, we should be looking into ways to make it easier for our retail merchants. So thank you for your responses.
Sure, thank you.
Councilmember Badami?
Thank you. Ms. Wren, you mentioned sending out emails. You don't have numbers, but do you have some type of approximation of the number of emails you may have sent that would be representative of our whole community?
So I believe the number of folks on the list that I have is somewhere around 95. So it's not representative of an entire community. It's folks that I engage with on business emails. A lot of times I get emails that aren't correct when somebody comes to a meeting. I don't know if it's something gets transposed or, so it's the active group and it continuously gets updated based on whenever we're meeting with folks or hearing from folks. I do know the chamber did some outreach too. And then our whole purpose was using Nextdoor was to try to also reach some of the residents that we may not necessarily have connection to through the business emails.
Thank you.
All right, so I don't see any more council hands up. Let me go to the public and see if anybody would like to comment on this item from the public. No hands up yet. I'll give another few moments to see if anybody's interested in speaking on this item. I see Catherine Summers. That's no surprise. If we could bring her forward, please.
Good evening,
Catherine.
Council.
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah, no surprise that I'm here, and I wish there were others here as well. I think there are some in the wings that hopefully will be chiming in here in a bit. I think I wanted to bring up, so rather than having a speech prepared, I wanted to kind of make a few comments. So first of all, something that Councilmember Hudis brought up about the retailers and wanting some of those spaces in front of their storefronts. So that is one thing actually that I have not heard in all of my correspondence with the business owners downtown. For the most part, I have heard that, with a few exceptions, of course, but for the most part, the retailers have really enjoyed the outdoor dining scene, be it K-rails or the temporary parklets, because it has brought a lot more foot traffic into town. And because of that, their stores have done probably better than they would have otherwise. So I think before we start making those assumptions, I really think that a real survey or a door-to-door, in and out, we really have to assess how these retailers are feeling about it. I also wanted to go back to something else that Councilmember Hudas had brought up months ago, and this goes along with what I had written in my comments that I submitted last week for the council to review, and that is looking at Graze Lane and really considering what it was and why you had deemed it a public space to begin with. What did you envision, or your former council members, what did they envision that space was going to look like? I think we've lost sight of that because of COVID and because of noise complaints and because of everything else. So I think, and Councilmember Hudas, you had brought up that perhaps that would be a pilot as to what the whole streetscape might look like 5 to 10 years from now. And I think if we're just doing stopgap measures, I think we might be spending money that could be spent better in other areas of town. So I guess I'm just asking you that you would really take a look at the whole Parklet program and figure out what it is that you want or that you envision 3, 5, 10 years from now, so that we can use our resources appropriately. Thank you.
So let's see if you have any questions. I see first hand up is Councilmember Hudas for Catherine Summers.
Yeah, thank you, and I think a lot of good ideas there that we should pursue in terms of outreach and understanding the impact. And I agree that that this is an opportunity for us to do a design of what we want to see. And I believe that we allocated some money to do such a design, or at least make a start on it. So thank you for your comments on that. And then with regard to the comments from the retailers, I put it in the form of a question. I have had a number of discussions with retailers up and down the street, and I did hear them say that they appreciate the increased business activity that's come from the outdoor dining. But I wonder if you've also heard that some of them just don't like the look of the K-rail and the lack of uniformity in the way the coverings are placed, and I've heard them use some terms like flea market and things like that. I wonder if you've also picked up on that from the retailers in the downtown.
So yes, certainly about 2 months ago or so, I did pick up on that, which is why I think you made the amendments that you made, and we took the tents down, and we followed the fire codes and everything else that we had to do. And I think actually that it looks much better than it did. Again, as Ms. Wren pointed out, we didn't really realize that all of a sudden we were going to have this new variant that was going to come in and kind of throw us for a loop. So I do think, somebody mentioned earlier, it's a fine balance as to pushing these businesses along so that they get their permits and they get their building started. And right now is the perfect time to build. But it's also, and this is where you all have to make a decision, it's a fine balance as to how far do you push them, or how quickly do you push them, and how much do we give them a little, relax a little, so that we can maybe get through the next 2 weeks or the next 3 weeks, and then maybe we make more decisions. I think we're really getting towards the end where we will be able to determine who really is going to build that parklet and who is not. But I think at this point, some of the restaurants are looking at it thinking, am I really confident that I am going to be in business in 4 or 5 months from now, and I'm going to be able to pull off all these expenses that come along with having a parklet? Am I still going to be here? And I don't know. Too many of them are thinking of that, but I think there's a few. One other thing I wanted to mention, and you kind of brought this up, with the Graze lane, I think that I really do think that maybe that's a little bit, we put pause on that, because I think that with Hero Ranch, the restaurant concept coming in there, I think we have a real opportunity with that landscape architect, urban planner, whatever you call those. I think they can really help us. And I think that we might want to see what is possible in that space. And I think right now they've been so busy figuring out their water and their other building permits and this and that, you know, from what I've heard in talking to them. And I think that Loma is kind of on the same fence, and, you know, as to what do they really want to do with that space and what is the next wave of COVID bringing. So I think I think there's a little bit of a pause button that maybe we should put on Graze Lane, knowing that we want it to reflect what we want to do for the whole town. So I guess, I don't know if that answered your question.
So before I ask the next question of Ms. Summers, let me go to Ms. Wren. I thought I heard you say that the diagram you put up was a landscape submission by Hero Ranch, not by the town. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that's partly why we wanted to have this discussion with you, because the motion was amended in November to include only spaces that were not included in a building permit. And so as we went back and reviewed the building permit, it was inclusive of the whole space. And so we really thought that it was important to have this conversation and to make sure that, you know, we were all moving forward and understanding the same information.
So Ms. Summers, were you aware that the diagram we were given is exactly what you just suggested? That we
it isn't. We've had conversations since with the architects for Hero Ranch, and they have agreed that, knowing what they know now, that they are certainly willing to amend some of those, that diagram. And by that, I mean, you know, you mentioned in the diagram, I think the brick painted flooring, which if you really visualize that, it's not going to look that much different than the green flooring, you know, the asphalt that's there now. I think what we have actually gone back and talked to the Hero Ranch architects about is, what if you, is now the time that maybe we use ARPA funding, or I don't know where funding might come from, that we actually develop that space so that it's all one level, and that maybe we do ADA accessible ramps on either side so that you don't need the sidewalks. And maybe we do other programming so that the service for the restaurants can be right contiguous to the buildings. It doesn't have to be out in a parklet. I think we're just limiting ourselves in our imaginations, and the architects for Hero Ranch have agreed that they will help us. They just haven't not had time to do that yet. And that's why I sort of asked that maybe we put this a little bit on pause so that we see in a month from now where we might be with options. I don't think we're looking at all the options that are available to us.
Councilmember Risto, or Vice Mayor Risto?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Summers. I guess I have some concern. I actually don't know who else is here to talk, and I'm not seeing I don't know if there's a representative from Hero Ranch, but it looks like they were looking to make a reasonable investment in our public space for public use. And my concern would be is if you're suggesting that we put a pause on it and even consider rebuilding that whole street, that essentially means Hero Ranch doesn't get a parklet for a year or two. I don't know what it takes to design and build it. And so I guess, are you representing them, or how can we even take that into consideration? I know from what I've heard that they've already invested a massive amount of money into their operation, and I don't want to do anything except welcome them. And yeah, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Agreed. And it is a shame that they're not here tonight, nor some of their representatives. What I do know is that they are not going to open those doors for a year anyways, though. So, I mean, if we're going to do this now, we should do it right. Because if we go back in 3 years and we do it, then we're going to disrupt operations out there anyways. I guess maybe what I'm hoping is that and Matt Morley and I have discussed this, is that we sit down maybe with the architects for Hero Ranch, and we sit down with the people from Loma Brewing Company, and we really work it out as to what we want there. Before that happens, though, I think the council needs to decide, what do you envision that space to be 5-10 years from now, and how can we start working towards that? Because at this point, and I understand the stopgap measures, but if we put a stopgap in there for 2-3 years, then we're going to disrupt the $10 million plus that Hero Ranch is going to be putting in the next year. So I just think it's a bigger discussion than we can have right here, right now. I think there's got to be a lot more consulting and discussion that goes along with this. I don't think it's just an automatic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sapp?
Actually, those were similar to the questions I had, and I'll wait till we close public hearing. But if staff could just confirm, when was the last conversation with Hero Ranch? I feel actually uncomfortable having this discussion when an official representative from them isn't here. And so if we could just verify exactly what is the most recent conversation in their understanding is, that would make me feel better. And then Ms. Wren, when we do come back and have to make this decision, if you can just walk us through what absolutely has to be decided on Graze Lane, so that we could be cognizant of the timeline without necessarily holding up any permits that are already in the works. So
what I'm going to do is so there is a representative from Hero Ranch with their hand raised. Let me ask Ms. Summers one other question before we go to Hero Ranch. On a different subject, it wasn't clear, should we be extending our parklets per staff's recommendation to May 1st?
Oh,
Extending our temporary K-rail to May 1st.
Right?
All right,
I'm not making this decision. I think, as I said, and as Ms. Wren said, it is a fine balance that we have to push these businesses along. And right now, no doubt, is the best time for them to be building. And I'm going to get calls tomorrow of people who are upset that I said this, but we have to get commitments. When you have a commitment and when you have a building permit, perhaps then you can leave your K-rail up until that contractor starts construction. But if you are not going to build that final product, then that's a different discussion. I mean, then we have to, then council, you need to decide, do we want to get rid of the K-rails? And what is most important right now? I mean, the economics of the town and of the nation right now would suggest that maybe we leave those K-rails up for a little while longer to get through this surge that we did not expect. And that's hard to swallow because they don't look great. I don't think they look great either, but they are serving a purpose.
All right, so you're saying there's some balance in there we're trying to find between allowing businesses to continue to do business using them and moving them along.
Correct.
I don't see any other questions for Ms. Summers, so we will return her to the attendees list. And let me ask you to bring John Keller forward, since we've been having this discussion about Hero Ranch. So John, you are promoted. You just have to unmute yourself and speak to us. You're still muted. For some reason, there's two John Kellers. Maybe
There we go.
we can hear
Sorry,
you now.
guys. I'm gonna.
Maybe.
Maybe we need to,
There we
mute
go.
yourself. That
Can you
might
hear
help.
me? Or can
Yes.
you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. And you have
Hold
3
on,
minutes.
I can't hear myself.
I think we can still hear you.
Okay. So yeah, am I on now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, it was weird. My computer didn't allow me, but my phone did. So yeah, we we tried to design something that fit the parameters of what the town was looking for, which is some communal space, some sitting area, something that has a nice soft entrance as you kind of enter Graze Lane. And then there was also the issue, as Monica pointed out, of the in the back end, the PG&E and such. And then there was also the issue of having at least a 10-foot wide passage through for fire. So when we put all that together, there wasn't too many options left on how to design this. We're all for, if we need to, try to revise and make it better. We're not allergic to that. We're just nervous that then it goes down the rabbit hole. If everything goes well, as we hope, we should be permitted and we should start construction fairly soon. And if everything goes out the way it should, we're hoping by the end of the year, we should be up and running. Now, that's pretty ambitious. It may bleed into the first quarter of next year, but that is our goal.
All right, thank you, John. Mr. Keller, any questions for Mr. Keller from council members? Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Keller. So I guess what it comes down to is, as we're discussing possibilities for Graze Lane, which is most amenable to you? Us not making a decision, us moving forward to keep this kind of a temporary park, temporary being 5 to 7 years, with the improvements that you've proposed and generously offered in the town right-of-way? Or would you want us to consider a redesign of the entire street, not knowing where that'll go?
Can I have my cake and eat it too?
We all want that.
Okay. Well, if you want us to redesign it, I'm just, again, very nervous that it starts to become a long process. We think that design that we offered right there checked the boxes with everybody that was a part of designing it, with Monica, her team, fire. And I'm not sure that we can cross the finish line with too many other options. We're more than welcome, or we're more than, we have no problem giving you another design, but it has to fit. It can't be too expensive. It has to work for fire. It has to work for everybody. And so I'm just nervous that if we push reset, we could be, like I said, go down the rabbit hole. And that's what makes us a little bit nervous.
Yeah, thank you. I realize uncertainty and time are enemies.
Yeah. And, we are putting a fair sum for this project. So we've included in our financials, those parklets or aversions. So if it's, if that can be done now, we're fine with that. If we believe that it can be done in a timely manner, we can offer a couple other drawings. I don't know with trying to, again, check off all the boxes. I'm not sure if we can come up with anything too much better.
I understand. I think what I was hearing Ms. Summers say, and I could have misunderstood her, is that she was asking for the town to essentially redesign, with some type of funds, redesign and rebuild Graves Lane and implement your parklet, which, frankly, could make the timeline even more uncertain and out of your control.
That's what we're nervous about. And then when it comes to, if you guys are starting to put your money into this thing, do we really need to? And then we're just nervous about that process.
Okay, thank you.
And before I go to Mr. Hudis, let me go to Director Morley. I thought we had sort of made the decision that redoing the whole street was more than we wanted to spend. If he could just remind us what ballpark we were talking about to redo the sidewalks and put the ADA, I think, down the middle was sort of the idea. What was the ballpark to completely bulldoze the street and start over?
So we don't yet have a sort of a concept of what we want the downtown streetscape to look like in the future. So I'd imagine that to be a very deliberate and intentional process to identify what that is and do the design. So I see there's some front loading of work on that end to really make this, make sure that we're headed in the right direction. But with that, I would expect with the design and the construction that Graze Lane itself would be in, because it's a small stretch by itself, it'd be in the $500,000 to $1 million range in order to do that section.
And that's what the town would have to pay, is somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million.
Correct.
Okay, let me go to Councilmember Hudis now.
Thank you, Mr. Keller, and we're looking forward to the development there very, very much. I was wondering if you were aware that in November, that at that time, the council passed a motion to provide, that staff would provide the council with 3 design options for Graze Lane. That would include the possibility of existing parklet design and provide some options for council consideration, and to utilize funding of up to $20,000 for this conceptual design, excluding areas that were already designed under building permit, because we didn't want to disrupt that. But were you aware that the council requested several design options?
No, I mean, it's been a while, and I don't, not from November. I don't.
Okay,
I just remember that we provided a couple ideas, and then it, it's like we need the path to go down the middle. It needs to be wider, and no,
okay,
no.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Keller? I don't see any hands up. So thank you, Mr. Keller, for speaking, and we'll put you back in the attendees. So next up, Christina Taroni. Thank you for your patience. I'm letting Mr. Keller go ahead of you.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Oh, hi. Good evening, council members and mayor. And I'm sorry, I'm not a business owner, but I do live in town, and I do a lot of volunteer work in the community. I just, and I'm so grateful for what Hero or HK is bringing to the table. But I had questions for more of the restaurants in town and bars. There's a lot of confusion. I've spoken to several others, and I've heard that there was going to be a plan for a street widening project, and that's why a lot of us were holding off on the parklets. And then we've had COVID, and then, as you guys have all been talking about, now it's the Omicron. I think the parklets are extremely necessary for the survival of most of the restaurants, since a lot of people are uncomfortable indoors and there's not enough seating. And I guess I'm just asking, I thought there was a a point in the last meeting I was listening where the town was going to possibly help the restaurants in part of the Parklet building. So that was my question. Is that still on the table? And is there one or two construction people that as a whole would be kind of helping all the restaurants out so it was more uniformed? Or is everybody just on their own? I mean, there's multiple questions there. Because I do work in several of the places in town. So, you know, just guiding some of the owners or restaurant owners, what's the advice there?
So we don't really take questions from each speaker. When we finish, we may ask staff to address some of the questions. Do any council members have any questions for Ms. Taroni? I don't see any, so thank you for your input and questions. And we'll have Ms. Taroni go back to attendees. Next up, I have Sandy O.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Great. I'm a local homeowner actually on Graze Lane, and we don't have much information about what's going on. So I'm wondering, I know outreach to the retailers and outreach to the restaurants, but who owns outreach to the residents that are going to be dealing with the, chaos that ensues with this community property part of the situation there? We've had some really not good experiences over the past couple of years. So I'm curious, who's responsible for outreach to the neighborhood, the people that live right here? And do we have any sort of voice in the matter?
So we'll ask staff to address some of the questions after all the speakers are done.
Fantastic, thank you.
And I don't see any questions for you, no hands up. So thank you, Sandy O. And we'll let you go back to attendees. Donna Novi next, please.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie, and thank you, Council. Again, I want to thank everybody for providing the temporary parklets that you've provided for us up until this point. I do hope that for those of us that are waiting in line to get the permanent ones built, or the semi-permanent, I should say, I do hope that there is going to be an extension. The parklets are vital to our very terrible, very disappointing season. We've had to work with outdoor parklets, and people that our customers are like not wanting to come in right now. They want to be outside, and it's hard because there's been rain and sprinkling, and people want to come inside. When that happens, we're booked, and we're like in this really precarious situation of like not wanting, like we can't take reservations right now because of not being able to provide our customers with the basics of shelter and warmth. And so I'm hoping that you guys might reconsider, while we're in a temporary situation, of letting us put a fire safe shelter that is not obstructing view and not dangerous to pedestrians, something that we could keep our people warm and dry. I think people expect that as a minimum. And I feel really bad for the people that are compromised, that are coming up and saying, look, we cannot come inside, but it is freezing out here. I hope that while we're in this temporary situation of a surge, which I know we all saw it kind of coming, but we tried to speak on it back in, I think it was October or November, but it was a really disruptive meeting. And then we were kind of muted and we couldn't speak, but I kind of tabled it for the time being. But now that we're back in the situation, if there's any way we can have an extension, it would be completely 100% appreciated and very helpful to our continued survival through this whole episode that we've all been involved in.
Thank you, Ms. Novi. You may have mentioned it, but and I missed it. Which particular business are you with?
Oh, right. I'm at the Posteria. There aren't too many of us left that are relying on the outdoor parklets right now. But when it rains, and even when it sprinkles, imagine you come to dine and you sit down and it seems okay, but then it starts to mist, and then there's no shelter on top of you. It's like you have to, you ask your waiter or something if you could move inside, but when the inside's booked, there's nothing that we can do. And people are getting really frustrated with the whole situation, and we're getting like bad write-ups and reviews, and people are upset because, you know, from the hospitality standpoint, we should be able to provide at a minimum people's comfort. You know, we're feeding them, but we're also trying to make them very comfortable. And so we're like dancing a really like fine line. And I don't want to just say no outdoor dining, because then I have people that are really upset that I don't have outdoor because they can't eat indoor because maybe they're compromised. I'm just running, we're like kind of in a little bit of a rock and a hard space right now.
Okay, I will say we're sorry that you're getting bad reviews. We definitely don't want that to happen to you. I do have a question from Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you, Ms. Novi, and thank you for persevering as you know, we've taken another twist in this journey here. And I had really two things. One is there's been some discussion about doing an extension, but also there's been some discussion about measuring progress and perhaps terminating the K-rail at some point if progress isn't being made. Do you think that's reasonable to look at measuring progress and somewhat having some leverage in that regard?
No, absolutely. I think that is completely 100% reasonable. I think that it's a little slow going. You know, I have a friend down the street that has a restaurant, and she simply cannot get a contractor to keep an appointment to come in. Same thing with the architecture. She's having problems with that. And I'm not having that problem right now. I'm in the middle of trying to convince my landlord that, you know, trying to get a little bit of a bigger space because we're trying to weigh it out. Ours is super tiny and it may or may not be worth it for us. And so I'm working with the architect to find out if there's something we can do in regard to ADA. Like if we're going to be able to only have one or two tables, it may not be worth it to keep going.
Okay.
But I do think that that's reasonable.
And I had another question which you raised, and that had to do with potentially putting some structure for protection from the elements, which I believe was required to be taken down. Does what is currently before the council, in your opinion, need more consideration of temporary structure? In other words, what is allowed now in terms of heaters and other things, is that sufficient to carry you all through the winter? Or do you think that there are other considerations that need to be made?
Right. Okay. Great question. So kind of like, I would say the ship kind of sailed for the holiday season. Like we lost out there because, you know, we didn't have that. But if there is a chance for most of us had kind of like not the greatest holiday season, like probably like my worst one on record. But if we were allowed to have a little shelter for these colder, leaner months, like maybe January or maybe like February, just getting us to March, that would be great. And I know that was something that I know we're not supposed to have that right now, but I do know that we're suffering because of it. And I know that it's very temporary. This is not something that's going to go on forever. This is like only for right now, like just the next couple of months, just while we're trying to get past the surge and while we're trying to recoup anything that we possibly can from what we did lose. It would be great to have that. And I'd say that for me, if I were you guys, I would say it has to be fire safe. It can't obstruct views where people can get, you know, hit by a car. It's dangerous. Like, no, I don't think any of us are asking for anything like that. But I just need to have a flat on mine. I just need to know that I am okay having the flat structure on the top that keeps my people from getting wet.
Yeah. Thank you, because I think, we're in a situation where the pandemic has taken another turn, and some indoor dining options that look terrific in November maybe aren't doing so well right now. And so
Absolutely, yeah.
again, we need to, so we'll discuss all of this, but thank you for your comments.
Absolutely. And thank you for your consideration. And I can tell that your attention to detail is, well, it's not lost on me. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Novi. I don't see any more questions from council, so we'll put you back into attendees. I don't see any more hands from attendees. Is there any last minute hands? Not seeing any hands. I will close public comments, and I'll come back to staff and see if they want to address any of the questions that were asked. I think maybe a quick review of what we've done so far. There was a question about widening the street, which is way out in the future, and about whether we're providing any assistance. Maybe just review those things really quickly.
Sure, thank you. So we are providing assistance on construction. We are providing 75% of the cost of construction, up to $40,000 per business as a grant. And then the town is also heavily subsidizing the design and engineer costs, all of the permit fees, the encroachment permit fees, and then any other associated town fees are all being 100% subsidized. So the businesses are asked to pay $3,900 out of pocket for design and engineer. It's a flat rate, regardless of how much it takes to design and engineer it. So we know some would potentially go up. The town is subsidizing the rest of that cost. And then the businesses then are required to pay for the construction and furnishing. And then they enter into an agreement with the town to operate an operation agreement that provides insurance, and then some guidelines on how that public-private partnership works. As far as any of the questions that go with the street, I would like to ask Mr. Morley to respond to those.
I wasn't aware or wasn't tracking other questions specific from the comments other than the outreach to the residents, and we can certainly wrap that into the program.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Sayak. So we are now up to questions or motions or comments.
Thanks. I'm going to start with questions first. So Ms. Wren, I'm focusing on the temporary crail options and the carrot and the stick, so to speak. And if you could just remind me, so we're looking for benchmarks. If someone expresses interest, what does that mean exactly? Is that an application where they have to put money, the $3,900, or is that simply reaching out to you and trying to work within, the lack of architects and design builders? So.
Thank you. So the process, kind of high level, I'll spare the details, and then if you have more questions, you can let me know. But high level, folks who are interested had to apply by the end of July. And then we began to work with those folks and really get into business licenses, get into conditional use permits. Several businesses actually had to go through a conditional use permit modification process, which can be a couple months out in order to allow for outdoor dining. So that was something that folks had to do. There was an investment if they did that. Otherwise, there was no permit fee. The first time a business is asked to pay a permit if they don't have a conditional use permit issue is when they enter into the contract with the architect, and that's the $3,900. Of our 38 applicants, and I'm just going to rattle this off the top of my head, so it's approximate, but of those 38, we had 4 now who can't move forward for various reasons. And I think we have 5 that have not entered into the contract yet. Maybe it's like 6. Otherwise, the rest of the folks have paid that money and have entered into the contract. So once that happens, and there's a lot of kind of back and forth around the design of the parklet, the fit of it. And so that takes some time. Sometimes folks have made connections with the architect, but they haven't signed the agreement yet because they're trying to get a quote from a contractor. So I found that for a lot of folks, they want that estimate up front just to know order of magnitude what they're paying. And as Ms. Novi said, it is quite difficult sometimes to get in touch with somebody. So I think that's been a little bit of a holdup, but for the most part, I think those that we have left, I don't see a whole lot of attrition happening unless something does go sideways that's unexpected. I do foresee probably at least 32 meeting completion.
Okay, thank you. So that actually helps quite a bit, because when we're looking at whether or not to remove the K-rail for those that have shown no interest, it sounds like it's a handful now that we're talking about. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's correct. And I wouldn't say that there's actually anyone who's shown no interest. Even some of the most silent players have come to the table this week. I've seen in the last 2 weeks more movement than I've seen in months from some people, because following the November meeting, we heard the message loud and clear from the council that we're really looking for progress. I've sent a series of follow-up emails to just continue to request the information that's missing. Staff does get concerned when we talk about removing the K-rail before the construction's ready, because we would need a way to block off those spaces. It really creates, I think, confusion for our community if we were to add parking back and then say in 6 weeks or 4 weeks, we then remove it again for a parklet. I think unless you're really dialed into all the details of this very complex project, it wouldn't make a lot of sense. So that's where my worry gets, because I just want to support the businesses so they're not answering questions from the community that feel stressful.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. No further questions.
Let me sneak in a question then that's sort of related. So I think we heard somewhere you said construction is starting in the next week or something, which means you're going to be removing some K-rail. And we know we have some unused spaces, and we weren't moving the K-rail until, I think we kind of wanted to do it all at once. So is this an opportunity in this week or so to open up some more parking spaces in the unused areas and in some of the restaurants you mentioned that aren't going forward?
Sure. So I'll start, and then if Director Morley has anything to add, he can share that. We do have Andale is starting their construction this week, we've been told. So that we would be removing the K-rail from that whole section. We had an application in from the establishment next door. However, ABC can't permit a parklet for that type of ABC license because it's a bar and not a restaurant. So it doesn't work to cross public right of way. So we know that Andale will be the only parklet that then gets built on that little section. So we'll remove all of the K-rail. We've notified the businesses to remove their items from the area. Well, our plan is to do it one of the days this week early in the morning so that they can get started. With that, we had intended on removing half of the athletic performance parklet that would shrink it down to the one size that we all discussed about the public parklet. So if the direction of the council is that they're considering expanding that more than one stall, we would want to know that, because that is also on the list to go now. I think we're going to be moving these kind of slowly over to the yard, and then when we have a truck, we can have the vendor come through and remove all of those, so that way we can make these moves a little bit more nimble than we could if we were trying to work through the contractor. And then Mr. Morley, do you have anything else regarding the K-rail?
No, I think that's a great description of our direction at this point.
All right. So there's no other unused spaces further down towards Route 9?
As of now, all of the businesses are still using their K-rail when we reach out to them. I do recognize that there are some who don't have a permit. So we do have a couple restaurants who do not have a parklet permit in the process at all. And we've allowed them to keep the K-rail until we were ready to start moving, and then we could remove those. So that's another part of this conversation. If you wanted to remove all K-rail that isn't associated with an application, that is an option that could reduce the size. We're looking for the direction from the council on that and not making it a staff decision.
All right, thank you. I will go to Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I have a question for probably Director Morley regarding what Ms. Novi was talking about in terms of, for right now, when businesses have temporary K-rail, we are allowing some type of roof material on our semi-permanent parklets, but we've had the roofs removed from the temporary K-rail. How simple or expensive or permit heavy is it to put a fire-safe roofing material on a temporary, very temporary K-rail parklet? I'm assuming that that needs to withstand wind and fire and other things. I mean, I hear what she's asking. I know that we've had some issues in the past where there was roofing material that was not compliant. So I don't know. Can you walk me through how it would be possible to grant that, or if it would be possible to grant that right now while we still have potentially inclement weather and the semi-permanent parklet cannot be built yet?
Our building official is probably the best person to speak to it directly. So we'll see if Mr. Gray can provide some description.
Yes, thank you for the question. We certainly can provide, a business could put another fire safe tent up. In some cases, we did have some of those originally. Most of our businesses provided tents that were not code compliant and were not fire safe. And so if we went back down that road, we'd want to make sure that didn't make sure our businesses didn't go that route again. That's something we really don't want to see back downtown, but it is possible. It is a little time consuming to get that accomplished on a short-term turnaround on that type of permit. It would actually be a fire permit instead of a building permit, so it would fall back into the realm of Santa Clara County.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hudis.
I wanted to come back to the topic of Graze Lane, and in the staff report talks about on page, I guess 111, page 8, talks about before staff does research for programming Graze Lane, it hopes to get clarity and commitment from LOMA on their application status and direction from the town council on next steps given the new information. And so the question is, isn't there another option, which is I think what we approved in November, and that's for the town to design appropriate outdoor use of Graze Lane. It sounds like we're waiting for the businesses to do that. And, looking at what was adopted during the meeting on November 16th, it was for to provide the council with 3 design options for Graze Lane that would include the possibility of the existing parklet design and to use funds of up to $20,000 for conceptual design. It sounds like maybe we've been waiting for the businesses, and that seems to be what's outlined in the staff report, but it seems to be a little different than the direction that was offered by the council in November. Is that right? And is it a possibility, even if we've lost a couple of months, to get going on doing a conceptual design for Graze Lane?
If I can speak to this briefly, council member. So I think with the full direction from the council, which was if there's a permit in process, that was sort of the stumbling block that grabbed us there. We saw not only a permit that was in process, but an adjacent business that was willing to program the entire space. We felt it was necessary to have that conversation with the council. Certainly, if the council is interested in additional designs, we can move forward with that and look at some other options for programming the space where a potential LOMA parklet might be. But we definitely wanted to check in before we went down that path with that expense and that amount of work on what we had currently, with staff's opinion that it's a very workable solution that we have.
Let me just add, if I may, that since the motion did say that we had to consider building permits on file with the proposed investment by HK, staff really believed that that was important information for the council to consider before the expenditure of additional design work. And I think what you've seen this evening and heard from public testimony is that, you know, they're willing to make a significant investment, and if they're able to move forward with the whole package, then they'll be able to open successfully by the end of the year or within a year. And so that's why, you know, the situation is very different now than where it was in November when that motion was placed. And so we wanted to make sure the council had the benefit of complete information as it considers moving forward. Thank you.
Well, if I may, as a follow-up, is it possible to work on that, on those conceptual design options, to work collaboratively with HK? It sounds like they didn't even know that that was approved back in November. Is it possible to work collaboratively so that the town participates in the design, as Ms. Summers noted, that reflects not really a stopgap, but a direction that we'd like to go with that space that is owned by the town?
We have had conversations with HK. We've also had conversations with their the architect team, and our architect that's working on the parklets. There's a little bit of work that can be done. We can certainly move in that direction if the will of the council is that we provide some additional options. But again, we were hoping to get your feedback on the option that's been presented. If there's anything specific that you'd like to see in changes, and we'd like that input as well. And then following the meeting tonight, we're definitely willing and able to move it forward.
Okay, so let me see if we can get some motions here. I'll just remind people sort of things that are up for question. Actually, maybe staff could put up that last conclusion foil for me with the different questions. So there's the question of extending the K-rail, I guess authorizing the budget adjustments for the K-rail rental if we extend it. And then considering, let's see, the delay of the decision to program some of the identified parklet locations. We said 2, 3, and 4 delay. And then there was I guess a question came up now, should we remove more K-rail that's not associated with an application? That's not on this list, but that question came up. And there seems to be another question of, should we go back to allowing some kind of fire safe tent for the winter, assuming we extend the K-rail? My opinion is maybe we should address A before we decide on others, but I will go to Councilmember Badami, who had her hand up first.
Thank you. I actually put my hand up to address the preference to do separate motions for all these action items. And then you went on to explain that that would be a good idea. So
Great
thank you for that.
Alike.
But I'm not really prepared to make a motion. I'd like to discuss the temporary K-rails a little bit more. I understand, you know, the need to help the businesses out. And I know we had this new variant that's kind of, you know, deterred things for a lot of these businesses. We've already given 3 extensions, March of 21, September 29th of 21, and January 31st of 2022. So how many extensions do we keep giving, and do we do a benchmark to move them along? My initial inclination regarding the benchmark was we should have a benchmark, but Ms. Wren has clarified that maybe there's only 8 businesses that would be affected by that. So should we even bother with the benchmark? And then I have to question if we give the extension, that maybe rather than push it out to May 1st, maybe move it up to April 1st, just to provide more incentive and push these businesses along, because it is looking pretty shoddy downtown still.
Okay, thank you. So we'll take those as comments at this point, and we'll go to Vice Mayor Risto.
I was actually, so my impression is what we're talking about is keeping the K-rail so that the businesses that have made some form of commitment can have K-rail until they can start construction. And whether it's related to the pandemic or not, I know from my own experience, getting contractors and trying to get things done is really impacted. So I would like to make the motion to extend the temporary K-rail from January 31st and extend that to May 1st for the businesses that have made pretty much any level of commitment that they're going to build a semi-permanent parklet to May 1st, understanding that we don't know at this point what else could come into play that could delay some other construction. There may be businesses that have to go beyond May 1st if they can't start construction until June 1st or something. But I think this is a situation that constantly requires us to be somewhat flexible. And to the extent that we are committed to assisting our businesses and we are committed to helping fund these parklets, I would like to see us support the businesses until they can construct them.
And so if I could help your motion a little bit, Vice Mayor, you said until some kind of commitment was made, that maybe we should ask staff if that sounds a little undefined. Ask staff if that's adequate or they need better definition.
Great question.
Thank you. There is some vagueness to that. I think if I were to put my assumption on it, it would be folks who maybe have committed with the architect. They paid that $3,900 by May 1st. And then my question would be anyone without an application in or who has showed a lack of commitment, would theirs still sunset on January 31st? Is that the intent of the motion?
Yes. So I guess what we could do is put in some flexibility, like give everybody until January 31st to pay that initial fee. And if they don't, then the K-rail is gone.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do I have a second for the motion? Councilmember Hudish, your hand was up first. Would you like to second?
Yeah, I would like to second with the modification that I understand to be made that the extension to May 1st is dependent on the business paying the application fee and hiring an architect. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct. Correct, Vice Mayor?
Yes, that's my intention. Thank you for the clarification.
So I have, okay, Councilmember or Ms. Wren, you had a question or comment?
I do have a question. So I heard pay the fee by the January 31st, and then I heard pay the fee by the 1st. I just want to make sure it's pay the fee by May 1st. I don't think that paying the fee by January 31st is going to be feasible for a couple of our folks, and it would inundate our architect to receive that many requests this week. So I just want to clarify, I don't think paying by the 31st would work, but we could pick a different date or we could go with May 1st if that was the intent.
Well, I believe the intent was to start picking the K-rail up now if they hadn't committed, not go. So obviously paying by May 31st doesn't work. Is there another date that you think does work that might be adopted by the maker of the motion?
I guess I need some clarification here. So I'm not wanting to be punitive to any businesses. My feeling is that we're moving toward accommodating businesses that intend to build a semi-permanent parklet and for reasons out of their control cannot build it in time and need that K-rail until they can start construction. But now I'm wondering, is it being interpreted that all businesses will keep their K-rail until May 1st, and then if they haven't made that commitment, it's removed?
I'm hearing that anybody who does not have an application in or is committed through the application process would be removed by January 31st.
Okay.
Any business who's provided an application and is moving forward in the process would be removed by May 1st unless they have paid the $3,900 and are active in the process.
Okay, so if I may, so that kind of has two levels of commitment. So anyone who's made the commitment to put the application in gets to keep their K-rail until May 1st. And then we look at the next step of commitment and make the next decision. And that would be if they have not paid the fee, then the K-rail goes.
And of the folks who haven't paid yet, but are in the process, they all, for the most part, are working on one thing. So like as Ms. Novi said, she's really trying to work with her property owner, and we're also doing that same work. So those folks, that's probably why it's going to take a little longer, but we know I don't think that there's anybody in the process right now that is not moving forward at this point. We may see some attrition along the way for other reasons, but we do have a handful of parklets out there with no application. So those would be the ones that we would identify and notify and remove on January 31st.
Okay, that's very helpful. So do we have a motion that makes sense at this point?
Well, I think your motion, the way I heard it, was to, on February 1st, start picking up K-rail for people that hadn't paid the fee. Is that not the motion you want?
I think the motion is for those who have not put in an application. And then the second tier is for those who haven't paid the fee on May 1st. To remove that K-rail. So we have kind of two steps. That is my motion, unless someone can convince me that I've made a bad motion.
Councilmember Hudis?
That's my understanding of the motion.
Okay, great. So I now have does staff understand the motion? Just double check.
Yes, thank you. The Vice Mayor's clarification in her last words were great. That's how we understand it. Thank you.
So I will go ahead. I don't see any more discussion, so I'll go ahead and call the question on this motion. Councilmember Hudis.
Aye.
Vice Mayor.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak.
Yes.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye, so that passes unanimously. So that's the first piece. Would somebody like to tackle the next one of the next pieces? Okay, we'll go. Councilmember Badami, your hand was kind of up first.
Yes,
there,
there I go. I unmuted myself. I did want to make a motion on the second action item, and that would be to authorize an expenditure budget adjustment in the amount of $28,000 from the ARPA funding for K-rail rental.
All right, do I have a second? Vice Mayor seconds.
I will second.
Any discussion on this? I don't think I see any, so I'll call the question on authorizing $28,000 for the K-rail rental. Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye, so it passes unanimously. We're moving along now to two motions. Would anybody like to make any more motions? Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I'll move to, okay, so this was considering the decision to program some of the identified public parking locations. So I would move that we move forward with slot 1 or space 1 and space 5 as recommended by staff, and delay any action on numbers 2, 3, and 4 as outlined in the report.
Okay, do I have a second? I'll go with Councilmember Badami as the hands go up and down.
I know, I'm sorry about that. I thought I saw Councilmember Sayak's hand up, so I thought, okay, she's ahead of me, but yes, I will second that motion.
All right, Councilmember Hudis, you wanted to make comments on this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned about this being open-ended and the lack of parking spaces. So if any of the remaining spaces are going to be delayed until some indefinite end when all of this is done, I think those spaces would be better served by being returned to parking. So it wasn't quite clear to me whether any of those were, but it seems as though if we're looking at, 9 months or more, if it is a space that is not programmed, would it be possible, first of all, which ones, if any, fit into that category? And if that's the case, could they be returned temporarily to being available for parking until we reach the end of the program? And then when we decide how to program those, they would, then be removed from parking. So is that possible?
So that's a question for staff. We know 2 of the 3 that were just deferred are already parking spaces, and you're planning to make another parking space in front of the new Cherty or Meadows or wherever it falls there. And you're picking up all the K-rail in near Ondelay. I don't know if that means any spaces or they'll need to be kept open for construction material or not. And then with the motion we made, there was a question about, did that include the remove all K-rail that's not associated with an application?
Thank you. You're asking me to respond, correct?
Yes, please.
Okay. I didn't want to overstep. Thank you. Yes. So with picking up the K-rail with Ondelay, there may be one space. I don't know what the encroachment permit is off the top of my head. They may need a little extra space, but we will see at least one parking space returned. And then once they're in there, I believe that puts 2 parking spaces back in that block. As far as spot number 5 goes, as the mayor articulated, there are 2 spots currently being held by K-rail. That will be reduced to 1 spot, and then we will move forward with the programming, if this motion moves forward, of programming that 1 remaining spot. The location 3 and 4 are currently parking, that's correct. And then I think it's location 2 has an active application that is in that same area. And so at this point, that would remain blocked off until we know the extent of that parklet. And then you had another question. I'm sorry, it escaped me.
So did our motion that we had already passed cover the idea of removing all K-rail that's not associated with an application?
Yes, there were 2 levels. So on February 1st, we'll begin removing all K-rail that's not associated with an application. Any folks that are out there lingering, I will ask for commitment, at least verbal commitment from them by February 1st. And we may gain a couple more that would be removed. And then we would need that payment with the architect by May 1st as the next milestone.
All right. Hopefully that covers all your questions. Councilmember Hudis, did you have a follow-up?
No, it sounds like, and just to clarify, that 2 of the spaces are already parking and a 3rd one there's an application for. So my question really was answered, that there's no space to return to parking when all said and done. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. It answers my questions.
So I don't see any further hands up, so I'll go ahead and call the question on this. Councilmember Hudis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Councilmember Sack?
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye. That one passes unanimously. Now, does anybody else wish to make any more motions? I think we had Councilmember Hudis. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to address Graze Lane because there's a next step that's articulated here, but I think it kind of misses the motion that was passed by council in November. And so I would propose that on the matter of Graze Lane, that the staff, let me turn it into a motion. So that staff should work collaboratively with the businesses on Graze Lane to provide council with 3 design options that would include the possibility of existing parklet design, and to present that to council and utilize funds of up to $20,000 for the conceptual design, and exclude any areas that already have building permits or designs approved. But it sounded like maybe that hasn't happened yet. So I would kind of go back to what we did before, but to add to it that town staff should work collaboratively with the businesses on Graze Lane to present council with these 3 design options.
Okay, do I have a second for that motion? Councilmember Badami?
I'm not seconding the motion yet, but if I can have a repeat of what that motion consisted of, I'm sorry, Councilmember Hudas, but I need to hear it again.
I think that the gist of it is he would like to have staff create some more options in addition to the one that was created by Hero Ranch. And he had a number spending money up to, I think it said 20,000 or something. He'd essentially like to have 3 choices to choose from. Councilmember Hudas, did I cover all of your motion?
That's correct. If I could just amplify that, the choices I think should address the future direction of that space, so that to address some of the things that Ms. Summers suggested, that sounds like would be representative of what's desired by our business community.
Okay, looks like Vice Mayor, you have your hand up.
Yes, I have concern that, I mean, a lot of the discussion of a vision for the future Graze Lane would involve having to remove sidewalk, put ADA up the middle, etc. And it sounds like the scope of that is much more time consuming and expensive and creates more uncertainty than what I thought I was hearing from the representative from Hero Ranch. And I guess I can't support this motion. I feel like I'm not making a motion, but what I would like to see is a continued discussion with town staff and Hero Ranch, because I think Hero Ranch made a really nice suggestion for what could be done with the existing space. And there's a lot of uncertainty about what or whether Loma is going to do anything or what they're going to do there. And I don't think that we can reprogram that whole street and rebuild it in any kind of reasonable way in the next year, which will only delay and create more problems for Hero Ranch. So the only thing I could support is having town staff remain in conversation with Hero Ranch and see how those plans can mutually evolve, and see if Loma wants to come to the table and have a discussion. But I am not ready to authorize coming up with a design that I don't know if we can even implement or would be beneficial to the immediate users.
So I'll remind council, we don't have a second yet on this item. So we don't need to, if you don't want to, you don't need to be explaining your no vote. I'm still looking for, no, that was good input, Vice Mayor, just letting council know we don't have a second yet on this. If nobody wants to second, then I don't see any hands. So that motion dies from a lack of second. You're still welcome to make comments about Graze Lane if you like. So I don't see any more hands up. Councilmember Sapp?
I'll take an attempt at this. So I appreciate the representative from Heroes Ranch coming forward today, because I think it helped answer a lot of questions of what is at play with Hero Ranch. And I think what I heard, at least consensus from our council, is that what we don't want to do is delay this any further. And I think, I can't remember what wise council colleague said, we want to welcome them instead of create obstacles. So for that reason, my motion is we've received the update on the Graze Lane plans that includes what has been proposed and I believe in permit. So my motion is to move forward on this and to ask staff to continue discussions with both Graze Lane, with those that are on Graze Lane, including the residents, so that as we move forward, if there are opportunities to program the public space in a way that does not impede or delay Hero Ranch's efforts that we continue to do so.
Vice Mayor?
I will second that motion.
Okay, any further comments on this motion? Councilmember Hudis.
While I appreciate us being receptive to a new business in town, this is a public space and it is the property of the residents of Los Gatos. And I think we have a responsibility not to develop it, but simply to develop a design for what we'd like to see and to do that collaboratively. The fact that it could cause a delay at this point, I'm very concerned about, but I'm also concerned about the fact that it sounds like we did not start that process when the council approved that measure in November. And evidence of that is that the applicant didn't even know that that was supposed to happen. So I feel like the motion, while well-intentioned, doesn't go far enough to protecting the interests of the residents of the town. And so I'm concerned and I probably won't be supporting it.
Vice Mayor?
I have a question that I forgot to ask earlier. I was not aware that there are residences on Graze Lane. Are there apartments or homes above any of the businesses on Graze Lane? Are there residential addresses on Graze Lane?
They're at the corner of University.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll just add that I'm supporting the motion because the design looks good to me that we got from Hero Ranch, and I appreciate their volunteering to do some public improvements and saving the town some cost there. We need to be wise with our budget. I don't think that we ultimately want to spend up to $1 million on a 1 block long complete redesign. Certainly not at this point. And as Mr. Morley mentioned earlier on, at some point in the future, at a very expensive redesign, we may be looking at redesigning and all of Santa Cruz or large parts of Santa Cruz. And how will we go spend $1 million? Will it fit in with the rest of the design? We don't know that yet. So there's certainly that portion to it. So for the short-term future, this seems like a wise way to go for the town. We will get a decent public space, and we will be conserving our funds, which when ARPA dries up, I think our funds are going to be very tight. So we should be careful about how we're spending it. And I just can't see spending $1 million on this when we have many other places that our funds are needed. So I will be supporting the motion as is. Councilmember Sack, your hand is still up. I'm just going to assume it was up from before, or did you? Yep. So would anybody else like to make any other comments? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and call the question on this motion. Councilmember Sack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis?
No.
And the mayor votes aye. It passes 4-1. So would anybody like to make any other motions? I'll just remind that there was the idea of, should we allow fire safe tents to be added to the parklets for the time that the temporary parklets are still available? We'll go to Vice Mayor.
Yes, I would like to make that motion. Given that we have cool weather and rainy season potentially coming up, and that we will allow covers on the semi-permanent parklets. So while we're in that interim phase, I would move to permit fire safe roofing tents that are approved by the fire department. I would not approve siding. I think we're just back to roof again. If the semi-permanent parklets don't get to have vertical walls, we will not be looking at full tents for these. I'm only looking at roof material. Thank you.
So I'm going to go to the town attorney next, who has his hand up to interject.
I just wanted to make certain that council knew and the public knew that even with allowing fire retardant tents, you still cannot put the gas propane heaters inside. So we'll be back to that same type of enforcement issue, because even when they're fire retardant, the fire department does not allow those inside the tents.
Okay, thank you for that reminder. Councilmember Hudis. So
yeah, I don't know how feasible it will be, but I do support the motion and I would second it. And I would just add that this is not optimal, but the pandemic has taken a twist and it's affecting our businesses, and we really don't know how long it's going to continue. We're all hopeful that things will improve, but I think that we need to allow for, and then the responsibility is on the businesses and their ingenuity in figuring out how to utilize that space. And of course, it has to be done within permitting from fire and other agencies. But I would definitely support giving them the opportunity to work through this.
all right, so I have a motion and a second and a comment from Ms. Wren.
I have a question. I heard two different things and I want to clarify. One was a fire safe tent and then approval from fire. So those are two completely different things. There's a policy that they outline what is fire safe, and then there's the fact of getting a permit physically from them. So I just want to clarify what the motion intends.
Okay, I may have overspoken. I think there was a discussion earlier when we talked about, when I was asking Robert Gray the questions about what kind of roofing can be there. And he said the approval would have to come from the fire department, not from the building department. So maybe I'm overstating. Oh, it sounds like he can clarify for us.
Please.
Yes, thank you for the question. We can't, that approval will need to come from Santa Clara County Fire, just from the way the fire code and the building code is written, based on the amount of days that product will be used. So less than 180 days, it requires a fire permit from the fire code. Over that, then it becomes a structure and becomes compliant, needs to be compliant with the building code. So it can be done through Santa Clara County Fire, and I'll work with them when one of them comes up for review.
Okay, thank you. Then it sounds like I don't need to put that in my motion. There's just certain rules that will unfold and apply to themselves. So I guess my motion will include permitting businesses to have some type of structure over the top that is legal.
All right, and I assume the seconder of the motion is okay. That still sounds the same to you?
Yes.
All right, so I don't see hands for further discussion, so I'll go ahead and call the question. Councilmember Hudis.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye. That one passes unanimously. I believe we have pretty thoroughly covered this, unless any other council member has something they want to bring up on this one. I will then close this item and let us take a 7-minute break to 9:30. But my computer says 9:23, so 7 minutes from now, which is 9:30 on my computer, we will take a break. Thank you. item number 9, which is a question about our music in the park for this coming year. I'll turn that over to staff to give us a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council. So it's hard to believe that it was almost 2 years ago that staff released an RFP for music in the park in January of 2020, after staff programming the event for 2 years in a row, both in 2019 and 2018. In March of that year, the council at that time did approve staff's recommendation to move forward with a group of 3 individuals to program the concert series for that summer. The individuals included Mark Siecha, Neil Turley, and Perry Thorwaldson. The 3 of them combined had extensive experience in either programming concerts or also putting together financial structures for businesses and things of that nature. That said, that was March 3rd of 2020. On March 17th, we initiated our first lockdown and shelter in place. And so seeing that the public health orders were not going to allow a concert back in May of that year, we asked the council, do you want to roll your commitment forward? Which at the time the council did. And so staff is back again, looking to reconfirm that previous guidance of being the top sponsor for the event. And then also some of the other in-kind services and things of that nature. I will inform this council that as we were moving through the process, we had started drafting an agreement, a sponsorship agreement, and other documentation with the sponsors prior to the event being canceled in totality. If council gives us direction this evening to reconfirm that commitment and move forward, provided public health orders this coming summer will allow an event, staff will move forward in the same way, putting together a sponsorship agreement that details the terms of their receipt of any donation and all sorts of other stipulations that we had started drafting based on the RFP. In addition, it would be under an event permit, which would also encapsulate all the items that were in the RFP, including making sure that it maintains a family-friendly atmosphere, which staff had put a lot of effort to pivot back towards, making sure that it encompasses a bunch of different genres of music, not just top 40 cover bands. And so all of that will be embedded in documents with the group if council decides to move forward. So with that, staff is available for questions and anything regarding the potential of Music in the Park concert series this coming summer.
All right, do we have any questions from council before I go to the public? Don't, Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. And this may be answered when we go to the public, but are any of the 3 members of this agreement here to speak tonight or answer questions?
Thank you, council member. I do see Neil Turley as an attendee currently. And so it appears as if at least one of the group is in attendance this evening.
All right, so let me open up public comment on this. We have Kim Hastings again. Let's see if we can hear her this time. So Kim, you can unmute yourself and you are still muted. Now you're unmuted. But we're not hearing you, unfortunately.
And Mayor, similar to the last time, usually staff will see a microphone of an attendee kind of pulsing if their microphone is working properly. I do not see Ms. Hastings' microphone indicating that it's functional.
All right, thank you. We'll have to move on to the next attendee. I don't see any other hands up. Are there any other attendees which wish to? Okay, let's go with Catherine Summers. Ms. Summers, you are promoted, but muted. Now you're on mute.
Again, council. I'm thinking there's some other people that are going to speak tonight, but I guess I'll preempt that with some of my comments. And I know I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but I cannot stress enough right now how important it is, I think, for the council to look at next summer and decide what it is, which direction you want to take the town in terms of summer programming. Again, I think it's important to think comprehensively because I know that you're going to be receiving a proposal for the summer promenades again from the Chamber of Commerce. And I know that we have Jazz on the Plaza that is going to reboot this summer and come back. And I think if we look at it holistically, all three different groups are going to be looking for sponsorships to help underwrite the costs of all of these events this summer. And so we really need to determine what's best for our community and where we should be using our resources, I guess. And so I've asked the Finance Commission to look into to just look into the sales tax revenue that we create or that came about after the summer promenades last year, and whether or not it's viable and if it makes sense to do those next year. As you know, they cost about $15,000 for each one of those. And so if we did 7 to 9 of those next summer, it would be a cost of about $130,000. And I can certainly go out and try to get, the chamber can go out and try and get sponsorships for that. But then we do take away from the sponsorships that Jazz on the Plaza will go out and try and get. And we take away from sponsorships that Music in the Park will potentially go out and get. So I think that's where you really have to look at it, as to what programming do you want for next summer? Where should we put our resources? Where should we try and go attempt to get sponsorships? And what do we really want it all to look like? So I think that's a big question. This is probably as big of a discussion as you just had about the parklets. I'm sorry to bring all this up, but I think it's really important that we have a conversation, or that you have a conversation about this and give us guidance and direction as to where we need to go from here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Summers? I don't see any questions, so we'll go and see, do we have any more attendees wishing to speak on this? I don't see any more hands, so I will go ahead and close public comment for this item and come back to council for discussion and a motion. Councilmember Sack.
Thank you. No motion yet. Just question of staff. Do we normally provide sponsorships for Jazz on the Plaza? And if so, if you can give me a rough idea of how much that is?
It's my understanding that we do not.
Okay. Okay. And if I'm understanding this correctly, it would be $35,000 for Music in the Park, assuming that we continue with the sponsorships that we started with 2 years ago.
Correct. 20,000 of it is what they refer to as kind of the title sponsor, like a naming rights sponsor. And then the other items listed in the staff report were kind of in-kind items, but we calculated a monetary value to those.
Okay.
Originally, we had proposed 1 police officer, but when council deliberated it the last time, they did agree to a 2nd police officer. And so that roughly equates to about another $5,000 in expense, getting to the 15,000 in the updated staff table.
Okay. And unfortunately, none of the applicants were, or none of the 3 that you would be working with spoke. Do you know the numbers that you have here? Are they still relevant since this was from 2 years ago?
So I did reach out to them before bringing this item to council to ask if their proposal still stood. And if it did, that I would go back and reconfirm any commitment or any changes the council might want to make to their prior guidance. And so that's where we are this evening. They did respond that their proposal still stands. And given public safety health orders at the time, they will move forward to a program event that can either move forward, or if public health notwithstanding, would need to be potentially canceled again. But they are still very interested in programming the event. And we were going to first take the litmus of our council before moving forward with contracting.
Okay, thank you for no further questions.
Councilmember Hudis?
Yeah, a question for staff. I wonder, have we given any thought to collaborating between Music in the Park and the promenade when it occurs, maybe shifting the day, or because they are in different locations, correct?
So I have not collaborated with the chamber. One of the things that MIP used to do was also activate and program an event on the Main Street part of the commercial district of town. And so since 1988, Music in the Park has been a fixture. So staff was just moving forward as if we would continue programming as is.
Well, as a follow-up, is there a possibility of it sounds like the chamber has the intention of submitting something for promenades. Is there the possibility of working with them on that one occasion?
So I don't believe, the way I heard Ms. Summers speak, that they anticipate a single promenade. I think they intend to possibly program multiple ones. Were Thursday nights, when they did their pilot program this year. Music in the Park has typically been Sundays, and Jazz on the Plaza, I believe, is typically Tuesdays.
Well, what I was saying, when one of them, I meant, one of the promenades may be shifted to be the same time as Music in the Park, and work together on it. Is that a possibility?
So that would depend. So, staff did issue an RFP 2 years ago. We received a response, and the response was predicated on Music in the Park being programmed kind of in the traditional way it's been programmed. I don't know if they'd be amenable to changes, based on some type of collaboration, but it's something, if that's council's guidance, it's something we could look into.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that we shift really anything about Music in the Park, except to potentially work with the chamber in a combined event. So that was where I was going with it. Thank you.
Oh, so meaning both activated at the same time. So something happening on North Santa Cruz at the same time it's happening in the park. Okay.
Right. It's not that far of a walk.
Sure. Yeah, we always collaborate and partner with the chamber. So if that's something they're interested in doing, we could program both ends. I'm sure our public safety officials would want to weigh in on programming both parts of town at the same time and drawing crowds to both areas. But, like any event we do, we always consult with our public safety professionals.
And we still don't have a proposal from the chamber at this point.
Correct.
Thank you.
I think the chamber is going to be bringing a proposal during our mid-year budget on February 15th. So Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. Yeah, I kind of like the idea. I mean, we don't have the proposal from the chamber, but they did the promenades last summer and made it very clear they wanted to do it again. So I'm trying to think holistically about Jazz in the Plaza. I'm excited it's coming back. That is Wednesday nights, and then Thursday evenings would be promenades, and Sunday would be Music in the Park. And I think they kind of serve different parts of the town. I guess my concern is, without the organizers for Music in the Park here, I mean, one of the concerns I have is, what are their costs? Do we have any idea how much they'll need in sponsorships? And if we have 3 events put on by 3 different groups that are all looking for sponsorships, I don't see it as the town's role to coordinate that, but I don't know how that'll work or if it'll work. But that said, my concern is, if Music in the Park does not have legs, I mean, what is our what is our obligation for our sponsorship? When does that money come in? And what is our responsibility if, for example, Music in the Park cannot pull in the sponsorships to pull off the entire season? I don't want to sound pessimistic, but I'm viewing it as a partnership that they pull in everything they need, and we are the premier sponsorship for the entire series, not, oh, they could only get enough for one event and that's all we're getting or something. Do you know what I'm asking?
I think I do. So let me take it in a couple pieces. So 2 years ago, the sponsors did provide an estimated cost, which is roughly 111,000, which is pretty similar to the types of numbers the chamber is quoting for their event, approximately 15,000 an event for 8 events. That does not include our 20,000, so they'd be out fundraising for approximately 91,000. They did have some fairly creative ideas around fundraising, and they, through an agreement that ultimately would be adopted, there would be caveats in there. For instance, the agreement we were drafting last time, they'd get half of the sponsorship money right around the June timeframe once we've seen that an entire program has been developed and programmed. It would also give us an opportunity to see how their fundraising is going. And then they would receive the final payment at the end of the concert series once we've seen a completed concert series that was successful. So the agreement was starting to get to some of the elements you're discussing. You know, how do we get proof of concept? How do we make sure that our money is not the only money funding the program? And those are areas that we would work out in the agreement.
Okay, thank you. Because I think that given that there's been 2 years off, and given that there's no organizer here to actually speak to us, and I know one of the 3 has actually moved out of the area, I want to make sure that we're not committing to something that may not happen. You know, given that, yeah, anyway. So it sounds like we have some safeguards in place, and that by the time we would release any money, there would always have to be a program put together, and presumably they would have to demonstrate full sponsorship in addition to our money.
And one of the reasons we brought this forward now is because it does take lead time to go out and fundraise, and we would want to provide them adequate time to do that. Staff, when we ran it the 2 years, a lot of lessons learned about us as fundraisers, and the sooner you get started, the better.
Okay, thank you.
So I think it would be very helpful to hear from one of the organizers who has raised his hand now. So I'll go ahead and allow him to be brought over, promoted. So Mr. Turley, you are promoted and unmuted.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So yeah, I'm just here, happy to answer any questions, and just regarding the, overall budget of the concert series. We would, deliver a full concert series and fundraise as aren't suggested, and the city would only be, basically coming up with a total of $20,000, for the entire season, but that would deliver an entire season of events. And, any shortfalling would fall upon us to cover. So I'm aware of that, prepared for that, and then part of that $20,000 is to get this to a sustainable place where in 20,000, or, next year, 2023, then there would not be a requirement from the city to fund this any longer. And so part of this is kind of a initial kind of transition fee, is the way I kind of look at it, to safeguard me from having to take a complete loss if, and especially now we're in an environment with, COVID, that it's very difficult for sponsorships and all those kinds of things, where it's so hard to kind of, really guarantee anything. And so that's a big part of it. But I feel like as we kind of come into spring, hopefully, all of these things kind of iron out, and, we can do the fundraising and sponsorship sales that we need to make this sustainable. And that's always been my proposal with, the city, is that, after year one, the city will no longer need to fund this, and we will make it sustainable from a sponsorship standpoint that does not require the city to fund it any longer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Turley. Any questions for Mr. Turley? That kind of helped quite a bit, I think. Vice Mayor, you do have some questions?
Thank you. So Mr. Turley, thank you for speaking up and being here for questions. And also thank you for working to bring back this family-friendly kind of community. It's such a community event, right? It may not necessarily benefit any of our businesses, but it's a community builder. And so I'm just curious, I mean, have you started asking around about sponsorships? I'm just curious, like, what the state of our businesses is there money out there? You know, I'm hearing one story that a lot of our businesses are struggling, and on the other hand, you know, there's a lot of asks. So do you have a sense right now how you're doing, or are you looking for a green light from us so that you can take the temperature of the sponsorship water?
I am definitely looking for a green light from you guys before I start down that path. You know, so we did in 2019 start reaching out, and the response was great. You know, so that gave me a lot of hope that this was going to work. But in all of my experience, is very difficult. You know, as much as everybody thinks sponsorship is easy to come by, it's actually very difficult, and it takes a lot of time and you know, perseverance to kind of really bring it together. You know, so I wanted to wait until we know where we're at with this before we start reaching out and moving forward with other sponsors.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Turley? I don't see any, so thank you, Mr. Turley. We'll put you back in the attendees and come back to council for more questions, discussion, motion. Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. My hand did not go down, staying up. I would like to see all three events. I think all three are different and exciting for our town. And I'm hoping, I'm going to be confident about the funding and sponsorship for all three to happen. To miss out on Music in the Park when community members have been looking forward to this for 30 years, it seems wrong to let it go by the wayside. So I would want to make a motion to reconfirm prior council action.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Councilmember Hudes?
I would second the motion. I would encourage collaboration as well. So if there are opportunities as we get future applications or future proposals in, I think it would be wise to think about some level of either cross promotion or collaboration or other things. But that's just a thought. It's not part of what I am seconding as the motion. It's just an idea.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I don't see any, so I'll go ahead and call the question. Councilmember Hudes?
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak?
Aye, and thank you, Mr. Turley, for bringing this back.
And Vice Mayor Aristo?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye, so passes unanimously. And I believe we can close item number 9 and move on to item number 10, which is our cannabis consulting services, authorizing the town manager to engage the services of a cannabis consultant. I will turn it over to staff for a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As the Mayor mentioned, this item is in front of you to discuss the next phase of whether we want to move forward with regulating cannabis in town and allowing cannabis businesses to exist within the town. I'm going to go through a quick presentation. I know the hour, but I've done quite a few presentations to different service groups. I'm going to shorten that, but provide you with a few slides so that the public, and we do have, you know, quite a few attendees still with us. So I want to go through some of the law, state and federal law, and provide you with a little bit of background before we get into the need for a cannabis consultant. Share my screen. So the purpose of the agenda is to decide whether to move forward with the cannabis consultant that would provide additional community input, additional community meetings, prepare a fiscal analysis and the development of an amended or new cannabis ordinance, develop the application process and cost recovery fees, and also develop the ballot measure. In addition to that, speaking with a couple of different consultant firms, I do believe within that 50,000 budget that staff is asking for, that we could also do a more robust and professional survey than was previously done through SurveyMonkey. So I'm going to go over some of the applicable state and federal laws and kind of go through some of the different kind of commercial cannabis industry and potential impacts, and then again ask you for direction on whether to hire a cannabis consultant. Quite a dynamic history of cannabis in the US. Until 1937, it was unregulated. Most people believe in 1937, the US government began to prohibit cannabis, but in reality, it didn't until 1970. There was the Marijuana Tax Act of 37, the Bogus Act of 52, and the Narcotics Control Act of 1956, but they didn't prohibit the use and sale of cannabis. It was just so overly taxed and fines, and there could be no transportation of it, that it was in effect a prohibition, but it truly wasn't until 1970 when it was listed as a controlled substance, and it's stayed there ever since. The past few years, there's been bills introduced at the federal legislation level to eliminate that as a controlled substance, but it has never gotten through Congress up to this point. In California, it's about 1996 is when it started to come about through Prop 215, which allowed protection against prosecution for medical marijuana for those that had recommendations for a doctor's prescription. In 2015, the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act, which was a statewide regulation system that was introduced, but it was still only for medical marijuana. But then in 2016, things really changed when the voters approved the legalization of recreational marijuana in California, known as Prop 64. Prop 64 passed statewide by 57%. In Santa Clara County, it was 58%. In the town of Los Gatos, it was 62%. What does 64 allow? It allows residents to grow up to 6 plants per household. We do not have any control over that. That's allowed by state law, and our ordinance does allow that for each household to have up to 6 plants. If you're over 18, you can legally buy and possess up to 1 ounce of cannabis with a doctor's recommendation. If you're over 21, you can buy and possess it 1 ounce from a legal retail location. Despite what some people might not understand, is though it's still illegal to consume in public, and you can't carry it across state lines. The one thing that's currently allowed is those cities and counties may completely prohibit commercial cannabis activity. We call this local control, and we currently have that ability to prohibit commercial cannabis activity. I will tell you though, up at the state, there has been legislation that has been bouncing around to take this local control away with us, away from cities and towns, and mandate that all cities and towns allow for cannabis facilities. It hasn't gotten anywhere at this point, but it's still every year it starts to, like I said, bounce around and doesn't get out of committee. Employers can still prohibit the use of cannabis for employees. The Prop 64 is actually a very complicated and detailed commercial licensing requirements in that. You must have a commercial state license. I get calls on almost a weekly basis. Maybe not now, it's more maybe twice a month from the state asking about a certain business and wanting to open up in Los Gatos. 99% of those times they have a Los Gatos address, but they're not within our jurisdiction. They're actually, in the mountains in Santa Cruz or somewhere else. And so, that's, we send them to the correct jurisdiction. If it happens to be one that is trying to open up, we tell them that it's not allowed, and then the state doesn't allow that license to go forward. Your state license is only valid for 1 year. There's many requirements regarding products and being coded, and the ability for the state to keep track of all revenues and everything is quite remarkable. And I think Ms. Risto would show that. If you've gone through a tour, I would recommend it for anybody. And you do not have to buy to get a tour, but it's quite remarkable that the systems that they have in place and the regulations that are required by the state under Prop 64. But currently the town prohibits it and doesn't allow for any operation of cultivation, production, processing, testing. All of the things that you can do are not allowed, except, of course, as I mentioned earlier, you can cultivate no more than 6 plants per residence. You know, the reason why I think this is important for the town to look at, and it's taken the time to look at it, and is recommending the second stage, is because since the law changed in 2016, the town has never really taken a really good look on whether this is acceptable business to have in town, and the revenues that could possibly be generated. So, you know, we prohibited it in about, I think it was 2013. We did it again in 2017, but there was never really any input from the public. So where are the cannabis regulations? This is kind of a crude map. It's a little bit tough to tell on here to see where it is. This is just taken off the internet, but there's 28 delivery locations in the Silicon Valley area. If you look at this map, it goes up to San Carlos is up in the topper end, and down by the end is where San Jose is. And there's 41 dispensary locations. This isn't a total. You can't add 41 and 28 because almost all of the 41 dispensary locations are also doing delivery. But there are some that just allow for delivery. In fact, Mountain View just went through this entire process, and they decided to start out with only deliveries. So they now have delivery businesses in town, no brick and mortar that you can walk into. And so, you know, Mountain View is one that would be a delivery, but wouldn't be a dispensary location. The city of San Jose has 16 dispensaries currently, but they're currently in the process of increasing that to 32. There's different types of commercial operations that can occur. Cultivation is obviously the growing of the cannabis. The processing and manufacturing is the next step that occurs with the cannabis. There's also testing that can occur, which is just an internal type of testing of different products that can be done. And then there's the distribution. And the real one that I believe that the town should be taking a very hard look at is the retail sales, and seeing if retail locations could work within the town. Cultivation usually occurs in a much more rural area, and the processing manufacturing usually occur when there's a large industrial areas, which we don't have. We have a very small industrial area. From a taxation standpoint, it is heavily taxed, and there are many concerns about that, and the black market that is starting to creep up. The state currently takes 15% of an excise cannabis tax of the 15% of the gross receipts of any retail sale. The state uses that for its programming and licensing and enforcement. State also has set a $9.25 per ounce for the flower and also for the leaves. Recently, the governor has come out and wants to redo that part of it, not the 15% excise tax, but many in the industry are saying that $9.25 and the $2.75 is preventing many local growers from being able to grow, and that's creating the black market. There's also the sales and use tax, which is the local sales and use tax that would be important to the town of Los Gatos. So that there are 4 potential revenue sources. There's a local tax, which is you could do a gross receipts from the business tax or a square footage and not even base it on the gross receipts. You can do a sales and use tax, which is a percentage, which is primarily what most towns and cities are using, a sales and use tax. There's a business license fee that also can be a separate business license fee that would help with any type of cost recovery. And then the last item is development agreements are becoming more and more frequently. Redwood City is using them. San Jose City is starting to use those, which just is a separate agreement with the retail establishment or business that provides additional benefits to the town, whether that would be to service groups or to other sponsorships that we just went over with all of that. Those are all can be written into a development agreement to allow this type of business to come into town. And it, like I said, it's separate and apart from the sales and use tax or other taxes that are possible. Very difficult for staff to determine exactly what the estimate of our revenues would be. You know, I can look at public documents, but I don't have the same information that a consultant, cannabis consultant has, such as HDL is one of the premier ones. They have basically inside information from all the different cities exactly in which businesses and how much, so they can really delve into that. I can tell you it would also determine on how many, the type we have, the size, the location, and the number that we allow would also affect that revenue number. My initial research, and like I said, that's just talking with different businesses and providing information, is you know, they have potential of generating 4.5 to 8 million in revenue, which would be between 300,000 and 1 million per dispensary in revenue for the town. One of those estimates that I base that on is, you know, looking at the city of San Jose's records. They have budgeted $17.5 million for their 16 dispensaries. So on average, their dispensaries are bringing in, each one is bringing in $1 million. Obviously, there's probably some that are lower than that. There's probably some that are much higher than that. There's always a public possibility of the community concerns, and we'll find those and hear about those from the public safety impacts, the impacts on use, the noise, lighting, and odor impacts, environmental impacts, and traffic impacts. You know, there are ways to mitigate these, and it's been done very well in many, many cities that we can mirror after, and a consultant that's written the ordinances knows how to do that, but you could always limit the number of hours for public safety purposes, the locations, you know, keeping them away from residential neighborhoods or all the things we see, requiring surveillance systems, security guards, and compliance inspections on a regular basis. And, you know, as I mentioned earlier, a compliance inspection is a separate and apart from any of the sales tax or any other development agreements. That would be a pass-through fee that we would figure out how much those inspections would cost and then charge that as part of a business license. Impacts to use are always a concern, but again, you can limit the number of hours of operation. You can require buffers away from schools, youth centers, and daycare facilities. You can regulate signage and appearances. There's examples of some that from the outside, you could not even tell that they are cannabis businesses, because, you know, you can not allow the leaf, you cannot allow the green cross is what you see a lot. So you can limit to exactly how you want them to look and fit in with the community. And no one under 21 is allowed in by state law. Noise, lighting, and odor impacts. Most of the noise, lighting, and odor impacts all come from cultivation or processing and manufacturing. Very few come from the retail part of it, but you can limit levels after certain hours in industrial areas where noise and odor may be more acceptable because they're not near a residential area. You can require odor control systems, and you can limit, like I said, the cultivation to indoors or not allow it at all. And you require exterior lighting standards. Other environmental impacts, you know, it really come down to more, like I said, of the cultivation, but there are ways you can do that with energy conservation measures, water conservation measures, and all sorts of other measures that can be implemented that are in many of the ordinances that are out there right now. Traffic impacts are probably the most difficult that I see. And with our town, if you look in our industrial zone, and if that's where the town decided to move forward and in place, you know, cannabis retail businesses, you know, many of those places don't have a lot of parking. So this would probably be the most likely that we would have to come up with really good standards to make certain that parking is allowed, because the businesses can get busy. And so that's something that we'd have to be very careful about on where we allow them to occur and making sure that this issue is mitigated. consultant would help us facilitate the council's discussion on the following. I have quite a bit of experience with cannabis. I was involved with it very early on with different towns and cities doing regulations and prohibiting them. But it is important that a cannabis consultant would be able to help, especially at this time with me in retirement mode and staff very busy with other issues, housing element and general plan. We really do need a consultant to help us get to the next phase if that's council's desire. But they would really look at and find out and be able to interview council and be able to hold community meetings and find out what our goals is with respect to cannabis and what is our vision and what the Los Gatos Business District and adjacent neighborhoods would be around the retail cannabis businesses if they were allowed. What are the top concerns related to the cannabis use? I heard many of the ones that I just went over, but they could really drill down into exactly what those issues are and how they can deal with those and how they have dealt with those. And get to those main issues of if we're going to allow it, where would we allow them? How many would we allow? You don't have to just open it up to as many as you want. Many cities and towns our size are limited to, I haven't seen too many where they've limited to only one, but it's usually 2, 3, or 4. And like I said, where do you allow those? Which commercial retail zoning and what type of restrictions that I mentioned you can all put in place to impact it. And then the big issue is they can really drill in and find out exactly how much revenue would we be able to obtain through allowing cannabis facilities in town. They have that data, they have that information, they know how much probably is even leaving our town. They probably even know how many residents of Los Gatos actually purchase cannabis in other cities and towns. So council's decision tonight is whether you want to move forward. If you don't, then it won't move forward and there'll be nothing further that will be done on this subject matter. But if you do decide to hire a cannabis consultant, we would get them on board very quickly. And what they would provide is further community meetings. They'd be able to probably bring some experts on both sides into it. The discussion, they would provide us with that fiscal analysis so we'd know exactly, in a ballpark how much we could bring in. They would help with the amendment of the cannabis ordinance and the application process that you would go through, the cost recovery of fees and a ballot measure. And then also, I believe with that budget of $50,000, we certainly should be able to get a survey done by a professional company instead of a monkey survey. I think there's good information in the monkey survey, but you also have to understand that there's no control over who does respond, where they truly are residents, whether the same person didn't respond 50 times to it, just with different email accounts. And so at this point, that's really the decision tonight, whether you want to move on to the second phase. It wouldn't be a definitive. You're not voting for putting cannabis on the ballot at this point in time. All you're doing is allocating the $50,000 to take it to the next step. In June, that would be the decision on whether to place it on the ballot to allow. If in fact you placed it on the ballot and the community didn't approve the taxation of cannabis, then you could still make the decision not to move forward. It isn't like you have to move forward regardless of the vote. You could still not go move forward with it if in fact the town citizens did not vote for the taxation of it. And I think that concludes everything that I had in my report. And I'll turn it back to council.
So let me ask for a little bit more context before I take questions from council. So my understanding is this came about because at our last time we were looking at our budget, the forecast was we were going to be, our budgets were going to be negative in the future. And we were looking at either in the future reducing services or trying to generate more revenues. And we asked staff to start looking for new additional revenue ideas. And so this was one of the things that's being worked on. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Staff is always looking at new revenue sources, and you only have every 2 years that you can put it on the ballot. So if you do not do a revenue source for this year, then you're waiting to 2024. So we're always looking at ways to increase revenues, if that's through ballot measures or through other means. For the cannabis, the one that appeals to me is it has a very high approval rating. There have been very, very few cities and towns that have not passed a cannabis tax measure. In addition, I know of no city or town that after passing it and implementing a program has turned around and rescinded that decision.
Okay, let me go to Councilmember Sack.
Thank you. Mr. Schultz, thank you for the work that you've been putting into this. Could you just repeat the tail end of your presentation, specifically about the ballot measures? You said that even if it were to be passed, and then I didn't catch the rest. And you're on mute.
You're on mute.
I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. I consider that our next phase would be phase 2, which is the consultant, and that period to be from February until June. And at that point in time, they would come back with you with, the results of the community meeting, the results of the financial analysis. They would have an amended cannabis ordinance for you to approve, an amended a ballot measure, and all of those things would then go on the ballot. But the ballot measure in front of the people would be only whether they would want to tax cannabis. So the decision they are making is whether to tax cannabis up to, let's say, up to 10%. Most don't put 6. They let the council still come back. Like, for example, the city of San Jose says up to 10%. They're currently at 6%, and they're debating whether they should raise or lower that. So if you decided to put this on the ballot, and the people said, we don't want to tax cannabis. Really what they're saying is we don't want cannabis businesses in town. So then you do not have to move forward with it. It isn't like in your decision in June is going to lock you in that you have to allow cannabis businesses. Okay. And in fact, even when it's been approved in some cities, it hasn't been implemented into businesses because the council did not want to still have it even after the people have said they wanted to tax it. That's far and between. But the only vote to the people is not whether to allow cannabis businesses, because that's a land use decision, that's council's choice. It's whether to tax a certain type of business, which requires the vote of the people.
I see. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. One is to follow on to your answer to Councilmember Sayak, and that is, if, say, for example, we move forward and we had a measure on the ballot and there was a vote to impose the tax, how long, to an agreement to tax cannabis, how long would any council have to move forward with that? Say, for example, the council decided to wait or not allow dispensaries. Is that yes vote valid for some period of time, or
forever until it would be rescinded?
Okay, thank you. And then
a perfect example is in some cities it's taking up to 3 to 5 years after that ballot measure to determine exactly what to regulate and how to regulate it, and the process of selecting who your applicants are. So it's still can be a very long process.
Okay, so moving forward from a time constraint point of view, all of those decisions of whether it would just be a dispensary or where it would be or how many do not have to be decided. It's just whether we want to move forward with heading toward a ballot initiative to tax cannabis.
Yes.
And then a question I have for you, because I attended some of the community meetings that you put on, and I appreciate all the hard work you've done this year and kind of your roadshow among a variety of community groups to discuss cannabis. Can you just kind of give us an overview of what groups you spoke to and what the reception was? Because I did see kind of a sea change shift as people learned more about it.
mostly social groups, and then obviously all our boards and commissions I went to, but from social groups, the Rotary morning and noon, the Lions Club, the oh gosh, not the Elks, but just very Kiwanis, yep. And so through those groups, I think overwhelming people were intrigued, wanted more information, wanted to really delve into more of the details. And then again, you heard that they were concerned about some of the impacts that we went through, and that's explaining how those impacts can be mitigated, seem to coach most of their fears and concerns, but also, they need more validation that it isn't going to disturb neighborhoods, it isn't going to disturb the quality of the town. So
thank you.
Councilmember Badami.
Additional question for the town attorney. Did you make any presentations towards school boards?
No, I did not.
Thank you.
That's certainly something that could be more outreach. I got a late start. I kept on thinking we'd be back in person. So I had to do a few of them in Zoom, and then I was able to do in person, and then just ran out of time by the end of the year. But certainly that's something that we could tackle in this next phase is reaching out to the school boards.
Okay, so no more questions from council at this time. I will go ahead and open public comments. So far, I have Christopher Lane, if we could promote him.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. And I think I also sent in some images to the clerk as well. Yeah. So, hi, my name is Christopher Lane. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at Airfield Supply Company. We are a vertically integrated cannabis retailer currently with storefront in San Jose. And we've had a chance to speak with some people in the town and council as well. And thank you for bringing this discussion up. So I had a chance to tour, but we just wanted to provide a little bit of context and help. And if we move to the next slide, next page here real quick. As mentioned, we opened in 2010, and our founder and CEO, Mark Matlich, is actually a Los Gatos native and graduated Los Gatos High School, but we have been a leader in the Bay Area and really across California as a cannabis retailer. You can see some of our rankings on Google. We've received a lot of honors, Best Dispensary Awards. We've won international marketing awards for our branding, as well as received recognition from San Jose City Council and State Assembly of California at our 10th anniversary. But so we just wanted to give a little bit of context because we know there's a lot of questions out in the town, and we had a chance to meet at the Democracy Tent Town Hall last week and present some more information just as a resource. But if you move to the next slide really quickly, I think one of the big questions that a lot of people ask is about, what would this look like? These are a few images of our location in San Jose and some of the things that we really focus on when people are talking about cannabis retail. It's, us as a brand, we're very aesthetically driven and driven by education and experience. As the town attorney was just talking about, location is incredibly important, as well as appearance. So you can see, our name, Airfield Supply Company, which I joined the company about full-time 3 years ago, but actually helped with naming and branding, was about appealing to the right person. And really, a focus on security and safety. As we've mentioned, age checks at the door, a variety of, we have live feeds into the San Jose Police Department from our security cameras and all these kind of things. So modern cannabis retail is very much, a high-end experience, or can be, in the right thing. And if you move to the next image real quick, and the next one is another shot of our floor. But a lot of the things just laid out, city revenue, we actually already have a very large population of customers from Los Gatos, several thousand, in fact. We mentioned personal choice. 62% of Los Gatos voted for Prop 64. Community benefits was also touched on, long history there, as well as safe access. I think there was a recent study that illegally purchased cannabis in Monterey, 88% of it failed third-party testing. These are products that are tested, state licensed, tracked from the plant all the way down. And on the last slide, real quick, these are the things we look at: strategic locations, the kind of appropriate retail design, security at a forefront, and neighborhood compatibility. We have a long history of brands, and cannabis has a long history of ensuring that we don't create nuisance, but we add potential revenue, we add opportunity, and we add traffic for business and local vibrancy and development.
Thank you. I'm gonna have to cut you off there, but I do have a question. Let me start with myself for a change. I have never been in a dispensary, so are the products that are available, are they only things that you smoke? Because we have some concern in our town about health related to smoking cigarettes and so forth. Are there what percentage of your products are things that you smoke versus you eat or you do other stuff with them?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. We carry at any given time about 400 to 600 products, depending on the shift, individual products. And yeah, absolutely. There are alternatives to smoking or inhalation. In fact, in Los Gatos, Los Gatos customers over-index on edible products. That's the highest percentage purchase in Los Gatos by unit. So there are edible products, beverages, topicals as well. It's not just consumed products, but topicals for creams and those kind of things. And so we do see quite a variety of product consumption. We vertically integrated, have a flower company. If we were to talk about Los Gatos, our cultivation site is in San Jose. There would never be, the desire for cultivation there. But we do see a very, very wide range of uses. If for just as many people as you would imagine, there are a lot of different reasons people come in, and a lot of different products that people seek out. Absolutely.
All right, thank you. You have a question from Councilmember Hudis?
Thank you. Just a question about how the commercial operations have evolved. Is it still a cash business? And then I may have a follow-up on that.
Yeah, absolutely. In general, by the way, we more than welcome. I know we've invited council to come tour, and we've had some come, and we've also had some public interest groups from Los Gatos Democracy Tent come. So standing offer, happy to be a resource and show some of these things. Our current business is about 50% cash, is what we see. So I know there is often a conversation about cash and security, but it's only about 50%. We have debit transactions. We have contactless ACH payments, so direct digital, mobile payments. And obviously, as things continue to evolve, the hope of credit and those kind of things. We bank with FDIC insured bank. So there's insured banking, which is often another conversation. But yeah, I think payments is often a question and something that we as a business and the industry in general is always working really hard on improving.
So as a follow-up, given the large percentage of cash, are there processes that you have that are different from other retail operations of a similar size and scope because of the large amounts of cash? Any procedures or processes that are in place?
Yes, incredibly thorough procedures and processes. Everything from, we have armored car services that come multiple times a week to pick it up. We have, cash storage, obviously secured cash storage. The building itself is a series of, vaults within a vault, if you will, for lack of a better phrase, as well as, like we said, live video feeds into the police department. We have 24/7 on-site security. That is something, again, on the compliance side of things, as well as, strategies around safety and security. We work with a variety of security and safety consultants, but, when putting together a new location, we would have a completely documented security plan to strategize for that. And in fact, we're moving to a point where now there will be very little touching of cash by any employee. In fact, because of some systems that we'll be implementing. We're currently in the process on Redwood City. We're just awaiting our score, but we received 100% score on the first round of that. But some things that we'll be doing if we are able to open a new location there around even more security with cash. But cash handling is very focused and very thorough. Everything on the compliance side, needs to be incredibly thorough.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We have a question from the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions. One is, since I did have the opportunity to take a tour of the facility, I observed a couple of things. One is that all products, besides the fact that it took 2 checkpoints to make sure I was over 21 to get in, was all products are behind glass. Like nothing can be picked up or touched without being handed over by a bud tender. Is that state law? Was that San Jose's restriction? Is that Airfield's approach?
Yeah, so that's a city by city decision. So San Jose does not allow what we call live product on the floor. It has to be kept. In general, state law, product has to be kept at night in a secured, locked location that's not accessible to the public. San Jose had the law, the rule that you cannot have live product on the floor. That's similar to what we see with strategies for potentially like our Redwood City location. There would be no live product on the floor. You'd have strategies. We have fulfillment centers that we'd probably look at doing, like hybrid models where potentially products are being fulfilled, but there may be sample products that are able to be looked at. So that is an approach that can be taken. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. That was question number 1. If I can continue, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so now I'm losing my mind. Okay, behind the counter. The next question, you talked about topicals, and also you talked about the variety of products you have. And there was a discussion that medicinal marijuana is available for people over the age of 18, but you said you have to be 21 to enter the facility. So do you know how, if someone had a medical marijuana card and were 18, could they enter your facility?
They cannot. No. That's again another local decision. So you can say it's 21 and over, exactly in that way. And we proactively, prior to Proposition 64, we made the decision that we would only be 21 and over. We've never like medical marijuana cards on that kind of thing, which obviously is somewhat of an evolved situation post Prop 64, because the concept of medical marijuana sort of fades away. Obviously there's certain things tied to it, but 21 adult use, as it's called, kind of became the state of play. Okay.
And then my last question right now is, I realize you can't give out a lot of financial information or anything, but this isn't financial. Can you give me an idea for the age range of typical customers? I know I was there in middle afternoon and I was trying not to look gawky while I was looking at the facility, but I was trying to check out the other customers there, and I did not see Cheech or Chong, but it looked like there was quite a variety of ages. And I was just wondering if you could explain what your age range is and, what a typical customer is or isn't.
Absolutely. We see everyone from 21-year-olds on their 21st birthday to individuals who are in their 90s and even in their hundreds in some cases. Our most common customer, traditionally, at least in San Jose, does skew male. That being said, we see a wide variety of demographics, of ages, of everything you could possibly imagine. Los Gatos, skews current customer base skews slightly older than our macro retail customer base. Demographics of the town, but yeah, we really do see a range of every kind of individual, and usually therefore for every different kind of reason. We always say there's as many customers as there are typical topics and brands and potential products and potential uses. So we do see an incredibly wide range. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. Mr. Lane, do your products include paraphernalia such as pipes and bongs?
Yes. So a licensed cannabis business is only able to sell cannabis products and cannabis specific accessories and those kind of things. So We do have those products available. We don't need, it's even to the point that though we could not sell or even give away legally like a bottle of water, those kind of things. It is purely cannabis specific items. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Sack?
Thank you. Mr. Lane, could you share with us, with the airfield that you have in San Jose, what is approximately retail sales that are customers coming to your brick and mortar versus delivery?
Absolutely. You know, and we, as a private company, we don't disclose most revenue figures publicly, but we do see about a 75-25, 70-30 split between brick and mortar sales and e-commerce sales or delivery sales. That number continues to fluctuate, and obviously through COVID, we saw delivery and e-commerce significantly skyrocket overnight, shelter in place, and all of those things after we were quickly deemed essential. But we do see a heavier index on in-store. That being said, because we're Silicon Valley, obviously a lot of our customer base, you know, in the 30 plus, they're Silicon Valley workers. You know, they're higher income. We deliver our products in Teslas, one from a sustainability perspective and two from a branding perspective. It's what we feel articulates best. But we do continue to see increased traffic on delivery and e-commerce, especially, you know, the farther zip codes away you get from San Jose.
And then with your brick and mortar, what are your hours?
Currently in San Jose, we're open 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 362 and a half days a year. So we're closed on Christmas, New Year's Day, and we close early on Thanksgiving.
And is that also the case for deliveries, that they're only limited to those hours?
Deliveries can begin a little bit earlier. The state has regulations, I believe, on potential delivery hours, so it can begin a little earlier and it can end a little later. But we do focus on similar hours, and that's something that, you know, can be set city by city as well. Like Ernie said.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, that looks like all the questions for you, Mr. Lane. Thank you for speaking.
Thank you.
We will put you back in attendees, and let's bring Joanne Rogers forward, please. Ms. Rogers, you are disappeared. Oh, there you go. Looks like you're still muted, so you can now unmute yourself and start speaking.
Unmute. Can you hear me?
There you go. We can hear you now. Great.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for letting me speak. And I wanted to share a personal story with you. I believe you probably received my email to everyone, and I just wanted to elaborate on that. I was the founder of CASA, Community Against Substance Abuse, in 1984. That's continued on for our community for that many years, and I'm very proud of it. I have a personal story that I wanted to share. I have a sister who is 9 years younger than me, who started smoking marijuana in high school. She was a great athlete, a great student. Marijuana destroyed all of that because it became her gateway drug. She needed a bigger high, so she went on to bigger and better things from marijuana as a gateway drug, which it is known to be a gateway drug. My sister ended up dead. We tried everything we could to help her, but she was totally addicted. And I blame her death on the gateway drug of marijuana, as well as all of the others that she ended up taking. She became a complete druggie. I don't know why we would want a drug dispensary in our town other than money. And I said that in my note to you. And it seems that actually the money is not available as our attorney said, because Gavin Newsom said that he wants to lower the benefits of the taxation on a legal store, because he wants to even it out with the illegal ones. So we are opening a can of worms. I don't know why we banned this to begin with, and now we would be thinking of it. And then the fact that we will not even be voting on whether we want this in our town, we would be only voting on the tax. That makes no sense to me. This would be a detriment to our town. And honestly, as I said in my note to you, the email, is this will be a pothead town. And I really admire Councilwoman Bodine about asking about the schools. I mean, how can you put this kind of facility in our town and just think about the money and not think about our kids? I have this personal story that is a very sad one, and I would hate to see our town become a place where we would sell marijuana and drugs. I mean, we'll attract a group of people that we don't want in this town. And I don't know how we could vote on something and vote to legalize marijuana, and then it's not a vote to sell marijuana in our town. Thank you. And my husband would like to speak and if he could have another 30 minutes or 30 seconds, that would be
3 minutes.
3 minutes rather. I would appreciate it. Is it?
Sure, we can do that.
Okay. He's right here with me and he's on my computer. So this is Joe Rogers. Go ahead. You're on.
Is it okay if I take 3 minutes and give you some questions?
Yes, go ahead. If we were in person, we would it would be easier to distinguish between two people, but sharing the same computer works fine.
Thank you very much. I want to go back on a couple of things. You know, has there been a formal report filed with the town of Los Gatos of the financial implications of having a dispensary here?
So we'll answer questions after we've heard from all.
Okay.
Well, so all of your questions.
I'll ask the question. So I'm interested in, you know, my background is a vice president of finance of a technology company. So there is simply no reason for the airfield supply to say, well, we're a private company and we don't disclose how much revenue that you're generating. But it's an important issue in this because you're asking the town of Los Gatos to provide a lot of support, and you have no idea how much revenue and how much costs are going to be incurred. So I think as town council members, you're entitled and should be hearing how much each one of these dispensaries create. It's my understanding, I think he said there in Santa Clara County, there are 17 dispensaries generating 17.5 million. So roughly $1 million per dispensary, although he's also said 300,000. So it's a big difference. I'm very confused. Another subject that I had was talking about a buffer zone away from the school. They said that was 600 feet. Appreciate that is 2 football fields. That's nothing. If you told me that they had to be 3 miles or 5 miles away from any school, that would be much more reasonable. But 600 feet is not acceptable and doesn't make any sense. The other is this is not the first time cannabis requests have come before the town council, and in the past they have turned them down. I'm asking why are you now even considering it? What has changed?
And they have the vote.
And you're now voting on here. You're not voting on are you going to have a cannabis dispensary? You're talking about how much tax is it going to generate. I know I'm limited to 3 minutes, but I do have given an opportunity to have some other questions about the viability of this and the impact it will have on the town, which is very disturbing. And I want to ask Rob Schultz, it sounds as if you've already made up your mind with your presentation that you're in favor of this. Am I correct?
So we'll ask staff to address some of the questions later on. Your 3 minutes are up. I gave you a little extra because I cut you off in the beginning. But thank you for your comments, Joe.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go to Rob Moore next, please.
Hello, Mayor and Town Council. I'm speaking tonight in my personal capacity as a resident of Los Gatos. I want to thank you all for broaching this topic with care and due diligence. It deserves that. Cannabis, like alcohol and tobacco, needs regulation and intention for it to be used safely in the community. I've really appreciated our town attorney and town council being involved in the process and getting ahead of this. To understand what cannabis can look like in Los Gatos, it's important to ask a lot of questions and look at examples in neighboring communities. I've seen this from our representatives, so thank you all. I also spent a few hours touring one of these dispensaries and was quite impressed. I feel there's a lot of potential for a small boutique-y type dispensary to thrive in Los Gatos. That is all to say, I'm very supportive of this item 10. As you all know, this item merely allows the town to examine further if a cannabis dispensary will fit in Los Gatos. It's neither an agreement nor a promise to proceed with cannabis sales in town. Allowing a consultant to assess the efficacy of cannabis in Los Gatos will allow us all to make a more informed decision moving forward. While this item is not an endorsement of cannabis in Los Gatos, I would like to say why I support exploring this topic, and I'd also like to talk about some information I've heard circulating. So the SurveyMonkey survey that was referenced, which received input from about 3% of Los Gatans, polled that about 35% of folks in town approve of commercial sale of cannabis. And so opponents of cannabis in Los Gatos have said that this shows that a sales tax initiative would lose if it got to the ballot, and that we should stop exploring this. However, when voters around the state voted on Prop 64 in 2016, which was a ballot measure that legalized recreational cannabis in California, 62% of Los Gatans voted in favor of the measure, which is compared with 56% of voters approving of the measure statewide. I think that a dispensary or cannabis sales in Los Gatos will serve a need and a want of thousands of people in town. One local dispensary whose staff I've spoken with sees about 2,000 Los Gatos residents annually. These are folks in town who want to utilize a service and they want to patronize a small business, but they're forced to go and spend their money elsewhere. Los Gatans spend about $1.2 million annually at this dispensary. And so if you extrapolate that to other dispensaries in San Jose, the town is losing out on potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in tax revenue each year. I'll close with an anecdote. Last week, I attended a very informational Democracy Tent Cannabis Forum. At the meeting, a gentleman who lives in town shared his story for why he supports cannabis in Los Gatos. He talked about how his wife was badly injured in a car accident, can't use prescription drugs, and the only way to ease her pain is through the use of cannabis oils. This man said he wants cannabis in town so he doesn't have to drive 20 minutes to get his wife the relief she needs. Thank you all for considering this important question, and I appreciate everybody taking the time necessary for this important item.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. I don't see any questions, so we'll put you back in attendees. Next up, let's have Diana Pleasant.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. I've been a resident of Los Gatos for 50 years, and I feel very close to this community. In January 2021, the town council directed staff seek public input on potentially allowing cannabis business in Los Gatos. The questionnaires results are in your packet, page 149 to 157. And it clearly shows the community is opposed to allowing commercial cannabis businesses in Los Gatos. Question number 2 shows that 59+% are opposed to allowing commercial cannabis businesses, with only a 37% plus in support of it. Question number 4 shows 56+% opposed storefront retail cannabis businesses, However, the staff report on page 144 of your board packet states, at these public meetings, the majority of the public expressed an interest in allowing cannabis business in town. This statement is not true. And so I'm wondering, are you aware of the bias reflected in your staff report that were presented tonight? The staff's recommendation that the town council should further study and obtain additional public input on this subject ignores the results of your survey. It was your survey that showed a clear community opposition to commercial cannabis in Los Gatos. Hiring a cannabis consultant is a step forward toward allowing cannabis businesses in Los Gatos. I feel we should not spend the $50,000 when the community is strongly against cannabis businesses, as shown in the report that you commissioned. Thank you.
Thank you. I see one question, Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. Ms. Pleasant, I believe you were a teacher at Los Gatos High School. Am I correct?
Yes, 30 years.
I recall. Do you have any comments on the potential impact to our youth, especially at the high school level, in allowing cannabis in our town?
The convenience of being able to obtain and resource the drug is a concern. Being able to purchase it legally or illegally is not what our community should be standing for.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further questions, so thank you, Ms. Pleasant, for your comments. We'll put you back into attendees. If we could have Natasha Kuguli, maybe I have that correct, next.
Hi, folks. Councilmember Rennie, it's Kugul, but I do appreciate you trying.
Sorry.
Hi, everyone. My name is Natasha Kugul, pronouns she, hers. I'm a graduate of both Los Gatos High School and the CASA program, which I do think helped me create a healthy relationship with substances and other things as I grew older. I don't have any fancy statistics to present to you all today. Myself, as well as my brother and my sister, are all graduates of Los Gatos schools. And I think realistically, Los Gatos should move forward in legalizing and welcoming legal weed businesses. For those who are worried about students having access, frankly, they have access. It's more about the community conversations that we're having than it is about the direct access that they may or may not have to these substances. I saw it pretty much every day in my high school experience. And so this is not me saying that we should be encouraging them to seek out these illegal substances. We need to have better community conversations and more realistic community conversations about our students' use of these and the adult use of it that I also saw regularly. So again, I don't have any fancy statistics. I think Rob put together some good ones, and I am calling in support. So I hope you all have a nice night.
Thank you. You do have one question from Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking, Natasha. I guess I have a question, which I was going to ask earlier and I forgot to. I've volunteered with CASA. It's an amazingly wonderful organization in our community. I appreciate the work they do. When the discussion is against substance abuse, is alcohol involved in that discussion as well?
I don't particularly remember alcohol being included. For the most part, my strongest memory, frankly, from that program was in the first grade. My teacher put on a little frog puppet on her hand and told us that the frog licked some tree sap that became addictive to the frog. And then that was later problematic for the frog in its life and for its friends, and that like the frog chose not to do other substances later. So I do think alcohol definitely needs to be a part of the conversation. I would definitely encourage y'all to work with CASA to integrate that further.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions, so we'll put you back in attendees. If we could go for Lee Katana next, please. Hi, Lee, we see you and you're unmuted.
You can hear me.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yes. I'm not going to repeat what other people have said. I think Ron Moore and the last speaker expressed a lot of my opinions and feelings on this. I am not a drinker and I don't smoke marijuana, but I do believe that the town should continue and get a consultant to come back with information that everybody in town can then look at and decide. Clearly, it was stated that the monkey survey was not a valid survey, so I think it's a good idea to get another survey that is professionally done. As previous mentioned, students can get a hold of marijuana and alcohol, and the marijuana business is far more regulated and controlled than is the alcohol dispensaries throughout town. In addition, alcohol is available to the public for far greater hours, and I believe that it probably produces more problems with the police in terms of the use of it within the town than marijuana does. I have had the experience of visiting Hood River quite often and staying in a condo that is right downtown. There are 3 dispensaries within 4 blocks of where I stay. I have never seen any problems with any of them. There have not been any incidents that I'm aware of. And I will be asking the next time I go up there, talking with the city about their experience and what problems they've perceived. But I have not seen any, even though the dispensaries are right in the center of town.
Okay,
So
thank you.
I encourage you, the council, to support going ahead with inquiries to give the town more information before making a decision. I need also to mention that I did visit the dispensary in San Jose, and I was very impressed with its operation and how professional it was. That's all.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your comments, Ms. Katana. We will put you back in attendees. If we could bring Christina Taroni next.
Good evening again. Can you hear me?
Yes, great. Go ahead.
I just want to share that I suffered for a personal story. I suffered for 8 years with a severe autoimmune disease. And at 49 years old, I had never tried marijuana, and I still don't. I tried the CBD oils, which for my severe Crohn's disease gave me a lot of comfort, but for other reasons, I couldn't continue. Recently, my father had pancreatic cancer, and at 85 years old, he never tried any kind of drug. But in the end of life, it provided him some comfort. My mother currently has severe dementia, and we provided her with some edibles because of the loss of her husband and severe seizures and a stroke 2 days after. She has no appetite. And the medical team didn't provide her any type of appetite support. And I went to a holistic doctor and I got a CBD edible that doesn't, I'm not an expert in marijuana, but it doesn't make her high. And one of the things is trying to keep my mother living, not existing, as she's grieving with dementia. And I have to say that it's been a lifesaver. I'm not real thrilled living in Los Gatos about seeing, a dispensary as what I have in my mind, what I've seen, but based on the presentation and how modern and lovely the dispensary looked. I would support the town, and I really think that $50,000, if it's within your budget, to consider exploring more, because I think there are a lot of autoimmune ailments that do really benefit from it. And I think we would be missing out on an opportunity to kind of be ahead of what's happening. And I have a 19-year-old daughter, and they all get the drugs. And there's drugs that are, excuse me, but the new thing that I'm hearing is, there's suppository drugs and things, and they have access to all of that. And I'd feel a lot more comfortable if it was regulated. And I just wanted to say my piece there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Taroni. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you for speaking. We'll put you back in attendees. Next, Donna McCurry.
Hi, Council. I'm speaking tonight as a 20-year resident of Los Gatos. I really think that the council should move forward with the consultant. I just really feel like we need to do our due diligence. And by going through this process, it's going to present the issues from both sides and help educate everyone in the town about these issues. I think even with the survey, the survey was brought up. I think a lot of people in town, didn't know about the survey. I saw it on the Instagram and social media accounts for the town, and a lot of people aren't really reading the community newspaper or visit the town website frequently. So I think by going through the consultant and having having community meetings and getting the information out there and the facts, I think we're going to get a wider demographic from our constituents. So I just want to address the survey a little bit. So 563 survey respondents opposed or strongly opposed the initiative. But when you look at the November 2016 election, when Prop 64 passed, there were about 15,000 Los Gatos voters, and 62% of those passed that measure. That's about 9,000 people. And I hear people saying that, that Survey Monkey that was out there clearly said that people are opposed to it. And when you look at the voting results from back in 2016, I don't really know if that's indicative of really how the town feels. Also, I just don't feel like the survey asked a lot of key demographic questions, just looking at people's ages and salary ranges and job types. It really focused on, were you a resident, a business owner, or other? I think this hopefully would go through the whole voting process and the whole due diligence, because it basically explores the revenue stream for this type of business model, reaching as many Los Gatos residents as possible, offering awareness, education, and access of information to them. I have the utmost respect and support for council, but in the last election, residents voted to increase their stake in a transparent and democratic process, by passing measures A and B. And those voters want to have their voices heard on issues via the ballot box. And I think this is one of these issues, whether through the voting process and also especially going through the consultants. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curie. I don't see any questions for you, so we will put you back in attendees. I don't see any other hands raised, so one more hand, Celine Leroy.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, hi, this is Luke Leroy, Celine's husband, actually. Thank you, Mayor Rennie. Good evening, Town Council members. So I'm a tech entrepreneur in Los Gatos. I've been living here for 15 years. I have 4 kids. One of them just graduated from Los Gatos High last year. And I have 2 at Blossom Hill and another one at Los Gatos High. We heard a lot about numbers and laws and regulations, but I think we have a struggle today as young parents in Los Gatos with drugs. There is clearly a marijuana and worse issue at Los Gatos High. There are 20, 21, 22-year-old kids that are selling weed to teenagers at Los Gatos High as well. And while we are trying to tell our children to be responsible, which I believe is a parent job, I'm worried about the signals as a town that we will be sending to people by investing in a consultant and in some form of legalization of drugs to our kids. So that's something that I'm worried about. If we are looking for revenues and if that's a motivation for that, we are talking about quality of life and feeling a safe environment for our kids. I know there is a lot about education to do. One doesn't exclude the other. I think we need to invest more on education about drugs. Drugs have been available, especially in California, for a long time. It's not new. It was already highlighted in the past. That will not change, but we should invest more on education and less on promoting access to drugs. That's what I think as a parent of 4 kids in Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you again for speaking. We'll put you back in attendees. And I don't see any other hands raised, so I'll close the public comment. It has been over an hour and a half since we had a break. I'd like to take a very short break since the hour is getting late. Let's do 4 minutes. So my clock, that comes 11. Please come back. if I could just ask staff to maybe quickly address a few of the questions that we got along the way. There was something that I think most of them are really, the answer is related to, you know, we're hiring a consultant to look into them, but there was, and we figure you know, we can make the rules as we go forward, right? There's questions about buffer zone and a report on what the revenue really was going to be. And I guess maybe just point out that your report is really just a straw man that can be adjusted if we were to go forward with this.
Correct. As I mentioned, you know, you've kind of completed the phase one, which was the internal community outreach. Now you're in the phase two, which is hiring the consultant, and that would drill down on some of the issues that were raised. You know, the question was, what is the actual fiscal impact? And as I mentioned, I just don't have access to that. I can look at budgets and I can look at CAFRs from all the different cities and glean from them. The comment was 300,000 to 1 million seems like a big gap because Oceanside has just started this program. I don't think we really have anything in common with Oceanside from a demographic standpoint, but they've only estimated 250 or 300,000 in revenues. You know, whereas, you know, I can look at other CAFRs and budgets and see what they're estimating that they'll raise, and that's where the big gap is. But someone who has that inside information will be able to glean that and know exactly what they can tell us about what our fiscal impact would be. The other issue, and I didn't write down too many of them, but the other issue was Governor Newsom and the flux that it's in at the state. His comments are directly related to the cultivation tax. And as I mentioned in one of my slides, which I have to update, as of January 1st, it went up again from that $9.25 for the ounce of flower is now at $10.08, and the ounces for leaves is at $3 and $1.41. That's where you're going to see legislation to reduce that or eliminate the cultivation tax, because that can't be passed on to the people as opposed to a sales tax, which is passed on through the retail sale. I've heard nothing about revamping retail sales. I don't even believe he'd be able to do that because most of the sales tax have been passed by individual cities and towns. And as far as, you know, my position, you know, I'm certainly in favor of going to the next step and spending the funds to have an expert really delve into the issues and provide more community input, because I do think that's important from a transparency standpoint. But the final decision, again, would be yours in June after looking at it all to make a determination on whether you want to move forward, because I just don't know if you've got enough information at this point in time. But if at this point in time, council doesn't want to pursue it at this time, it can. Also, since I've been here in the 8 years, we've never even had this discussion. I don't know, maybe it was before then, but I couldn't find anything. So we've never really had the discussion that I've seen in so many other cities and towns do. And as I mentioned, Redwood City and Mountain View are the two that are just recently discussed this, and they went through the same process and had the expert consultant do it. And for Mountain View, you know, they're taking a very cautious approach because of community concerns and are only allowing delivery businesses in town. So in other words, you know, right now when someone calls up from Los Gatos and gets a hold of a San Jose retail establishment, and that delivery comes to Los Gatos, we see no revenues from that whatsoever. And whereas in Mountain View now, they'll have those businesses in town that are delivery only, because they'll now call that delivery business in Mountain View and have the delivery. So they'll get the retail sales tax, but they also won't have any brick and mortar where you can walk into. They will have delivery. And they plan on doing it phased, that if this works and is successful, then they'll move on to the next. And Redwood City is the one I mentioned that is using not only the sales tax, but is also using development agreements to provide more community benefit. And one of the ones was, you know, more education and more outreach. You certainly could put that into a development agreement to make them spend more money on outreach to the youth. about drugs and other issues that the council could do. Those are all items that could be put into a development agreement.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, it's questions, comments, motion. We'll start with Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. I realize we haven't had this conversation in town, and so I hope we can get through a lot of this evening. But I do have sort of a foundational question first, and that is, if this is headed to a ballot measure, does the ballot measure only address the taxation issue? I've been reading about some things, and maybe I'm getting the wrong impression, that some municipalities actually ask the question on their ballot measure about permitting commercial operations, and even about numbers and location. So, but then I heard something different earlier, that you can only ask the question about taxation, how much.
You can do both. Most only ask the taxation question and leave the land use decision to council. But if it was council's preference to tie it together with the actual, whether to allow it or not, in my opinion, I don't believe land use decisions should be made by the public. They should be made by your elected officials. But if that's council's desire, and that's something the cannabis expert would know exactly how many cities have done it this way, how many have done it that way, what the benefits and drawbacks are. One of the issues with if you need to be nimble, and so the problem that I see with land use decisions is if you did a number and you did the location and you did all those requirements and the town citizens approve that, and a year after you come up with problems, you now have to go back to the vote of the people to change that ordinance. And so that's one of the primary reasons I don't really like doing that, but that's still your call. And it's above my knowledge to know all the different ways towns and cities have done it and the benefits and drawbacks. And that's where your consultant is going to really help you.
It does seem like the question about whether to have commercial operations has been addressed by towns like La Habra, Costa Mesa, Pomona, Carson, unincorporated venture.
The overreaching issue, but not at least to that extent. But again,
right. Okay, so that's one thing, because it does seem it's quite different to simply be focused on the tax question on a ballot measure versus asking the question about commercial operations. So thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, other comments, questions, motions? Councilmember Sayak?
I'm not ready to make a motion, but I think I'll share some initial thoughts. One, I think, first of all, this is my 8th year in council, and this is the first time we've had a conversation on cannabis. And so I appreciate having at least a public discussion. I know some have discussed it privately, and but to my knowledge, this is the first time we've had this in an open session. And frankly, I've heard great information on both sides, and I appreciate all those that have written in and shared their perspective. I don't believe I have the information today to make a decision. And in that regards, that means I'm inclined to want to ask for more information. I think if we chose not to hire a financial consultant or any consultant, frankly, to guide us, then in many ways that ends the conversation. And I don't think I'm ready to end this conversation yet. And I think the piece of information that was presented that makes me hesitate is because of the 62% vote on Proposition 64. That's a significant amount of affirmative voters in a clear election. and I think that's a piece of information that I can't just ignore. I think there's a lot of information out there about the cannabis industry. I think there's still options that need to be presented, delivery, brick and mortar. But I do agree that we need to be very careful with our messaging. And I think that's why maybe a consultant should be helpful. I don't believe a decision has been determined. I think we're beginning this discussion, and I think we have to be very careful with our future messaging so that it's very clear we're still having the conversation, and that it's not a matter of where it's going or how many or why, but that we're still having the conversation with our community. And we'd like to ask for more, to be far more involved than a survey monkey. So that's where I stand right now. I think it's I think it requires more, frankly, more conversation like this. And I think we need more people to help guide us in that direction. But I do ask that if we were to move forward, we be very careful with our messaging so that it's very clear that no determination has been made yet. So that's where I'm at.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I'm inclined to continue down this path as well. When Los Gatos by 62% voted yes to legalize cannabis and the state voted, the state law passed, I completely supported the fact that the town council had no idea at that time what it meant. What does this mean to have legalized cannabis? What does a dispensary look like? What would the implications be? And so the council basically immediately, prophylactically stopped any kind of cannabis sales in town. And I think that was the right decision at that time. It was completely unknown what the impacts could be, what limits can be placed on it, what the effect would be on the local community. Enough time has passed now, and enough other cities that have allowed cannabis retail have data. And I think it's important for us to take a better look at that and understand it. When I think about the survey that was put together, I view that as kind of a quick temperature taking. It partially got some community members aware of the fact that there was a discussion happening. I think it also helped identify some of the concerns people have. And the fact that our town attorney, as he went out and spoke to groups and was able to give a presentation and explain things, started to see kind of a shift in people's attitudes, tells me that that survey is not necessarily the whole story and is not a strong no. It's just people have concerns. And when I look through the list of concerns, some of them really aren't relevant because people don't really understand what is possible when they talk about odor. If we don't do cultivation or production in town, there isn't an odor issue. When people are concerned that there's going to be people using on the premises, that's not legal. When people are concerned about underage people getting in and buying cannabis products, that's not possible. And so I think, I'm not saying that this is the right thing for our community, but I think we need more understanding and more education. I also know that from seeing the presentation by Airfield and visiting there, when they talk about the fact that we have 2,000 residents from Los Gatos that are customers of theirs, that's about 10% of the people in our community that are of legal age to go to a dispensary. That's 1 out of 16 dispensaries that exist in San Jose. There's also dispensaries in Santa Cruz and places that do delivery. So it tells me that this is a legal product, that we have customers that are using it. And I don't want to place any morality right now on whether we should be considering a normal legal product that people use for a variety of recreational or relaxation or medical reasons. So I just want to pursue this further, and I want to make sure that our community gets a chance to understand it better. I've also heard that this doesn't fit in with our community, but I look at the fact that Santa Barbara and Carmel, 2 towns, cities that we like to favorably compare ourselves to, have cannabis dispensaries in them. And so I think that tells me that if our community wants that, it can be done right. So, I think over time, demographics change, laws change, tastes change, retail changes. And I think it would be premature for us not to look at what possibilities for retail that we know our citizens are already leaving our community to engage in. Does it make sense in Los Gatos? So I'm really strongly inclined to continue to learn more about what our community really feels, whether this fits, and what we can learn about it. Thank you.
So would you like to put a motion on the table? It is 11:30 at night.
Yeah, okay, I can do that. Well, I don't have the document in front of me because I have something else. I move to go with the staff recommendation to hire the consultant to continue the work on understanding and getting public outreach and more public information and surveys to move toward consideration of it's late, a ballot initiative.
And also, I assume you are authorizing 50,000 from the Capital Special Projects Reserve for this?
Yes, I am. The full recommendation. I apologize. I've got so many
no
pages
problem.
in front of me.
I know it's late. So I have a motion. Would anybody like to second this? I don't see any hands. I will go ahead and second it to keep this moving forward. Both what Councilmember Sack said and Councilmember Risto said makes a lot of sense to me. I'm not very knowledgeable on this subject, and I don't feel like we've really had much of a conversation yet. So it makes sense to gather more information. As was mentioned, I think that survey was not very scientific. So I'd like to get better information about what our residents are thinking. So I'll go ahead and second the motion on this one, and I will go to Councilmember Hudes. Or your hand went away. Would you like to go? All right, we'll go Councilmember Badami.
I was just lowering my hand to ask some questions.
Okay, go. Well, if you would like, go ahead.
Well, let me start because I actually have quite a few questions. I apologize that they're coming late at night, but it's unfortunate this item is the last item. It seemed to be the one that attracted the most community interest. So I have a number of questions before I would be prepared to support the motion. The first question is about revenue, and is it possible to tax delivery from other incoming municipalities? Because I believe delivery is permitted as long as the business is not based in Los Gatos. And the reason that I'm asking that is that looking at Long Beach, Bellflower, Simi Valley, they apparently are taxing delivery, and San Diego taxes distribution, incoming distribution from entities that are based outside of San Diego. So is it possible to tax incoming delivery is my first question.
I have never heard that before, taxing delivery or not. So I'd have to research the towns and cities and see exactly what you're talking about. But that's certainly what a cannabis expert consultant would be able to tell you that tomorrow. If he was on contract right now, I'd put him in touch with you and he'd be able to answer that question. But I have never, the point of purchase is where the retail tax is. So to put a tax on that, boy, I'd like that for a million other things. Where it's not where you purchase your car, but it's where you're going to be residing. All sorts of other items we could do for delivery. All your Amazon sales now we can get sales tax for all of your deliveries for Amazon sales. So I've never heard of that. So I'd have to actually look at, I believe they have the delivery tax because they actually have delivery only businesses. There are many models that only do delivery, but they actually have a business license and are acceptable to be in that town, not delivery from another town.
It would be helpful to know that definitively, particularly with the San Diego example.
Well, San Diego allows dispensaries, it allows deliveries. So you might have a different tax on a delivery, but it's not delivery from Oceanside coming to it. It's a delivery business like Mountain View will now have delivery businesses within their town set up with a business license to deliver.
I understand that, but
you could tax delivery if the business was located in Los Gatos. But
I understand that, but the question about San Diego, I understand that in 2018, San Diego has set up a policy that distributors delivering cannabis products to retailers located within the cities are liable for a percentage of its municipal gross tax.
Yeah. It's a business
even if those distributors aren't licensed by the city.
Okay.
So, but that's at the distribution level, not at the retail level, but that one would be a question as well. It does seem like that's an important question to understand. I have other questions as well, but I'd prefer to wait to hear some comments from some of the other council members.
Okay, let's go with Councilmember Badami then.
Thank you. I will not support the motion. Recently, this council held a public hearing to strengthen ordinances relating to substance abuse by our teens and social hosts. Cannabis use impairs judgment, and that's medical science. Why would we want to relax our standards and add cannabis to the mix? I will not be supporting $50,000 in funds for further research to allow cannabis in our town.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sack.
I just wanted to find out, so Councilmember Hudis brought up an interesting point that there's various, I guess it sounds like there's various models out there. And so again, so Mr. Schultz, and not to belabor it, the only way to really tease out all these different models is through a cannabis consultant?
That is correct. And I could not find a single city or town that has gone through this process without hiring a cannabis consultant expert who knows the ins and outs of the business and those questions that Mr. Hudis just asked. Like I said, I've been involved in it over the years quite a bit, and I still don't know all the different nuances of everything that can and cannot happen. So yeah, that's really the only way you're going to be able to drill down to exactly those questions. Other than, I mean, Councilmember Hudis, I can look into that now, but just off the top of my head, I wouldn't know that answer for certainty.
Sure.
Councilmember Hudis, you're up again.
Thank you. This is really maybe more a question for town manager regarding financial management. I understand that we're doing this to raise revenue, and that the initial estimates are 250 to $1.5 million. But the question is, what are the other revenue enhancement measures that could substitute for a cannabis tax? In other words, what's the next best alternative to revenues from cannabis? I don't think I've really heard that.
Thank you for the question. There are a multiplicity of different options for the town council. This one came up through strategic priorities, so that's why it's being explored. We're also about to enter into a consultant arrangement to consider some other options as it relates to other forms of business, but we don't know yet if that's going to relate to or result in any ballot measures. There's always parcel taxes, sales tax we've pretty much exhausted, so there's not very much room there. But typically, based on prior council discussion, there seems to be more interest in special taxes for which there's a particular purpose for the tax. So this is an open question. I think just given the trends, we're going to be talking about revenue measures for many years to come. So this isn't the only bite at the apple, so to speak. This is just really exploring whether or not you'd like to pursue this particular option. And if not, that's totally fine. We can continue to look at other measures and for other purposes. This is a current strategic priority, and I would imagine that it will remain a strategic priority given just given the way budgets are structured for municipal government.
And I think a couple years ago, it might have been more. Councilmember Sayoc, maybe you can remember, we had a staff report that went over all the potential different taxes that we could look at, and you know, one of the reasons why this one is being brought forward is it's got the highest percentage of passage. It really very few cities and towns have rejected the idea of cannabis sales tax. And I think one of the reasons why it's what we call a sin tax. It's a tax against those who use it. And if you don't use it, you know, you won't even know it exists. As opposed to a parcel tax, which the town manager mentioned, it's a property tax. And it might be for a property tax, even if it's a special tax to support the library. That still is going to offend someone who doesn't use the library. So that's the difference between, you know, certain type of taxes. But that's certainly something we could bring back, is that same type of memo of all the different types of revenue generating measures that can be, you know, just a utility tax where you're taxed on, you know, your use of your phone in that, and there's a percentage that we can look at. So there's all different types that are possible, and that might help with that discussion.
Thank you. And let me just add that we did refresh that memo for our finance commission last summer, and they discussed, you know, which revenue options to move forward. And they only identified a very limited options that we presented a whole menu, and they basically selected one. So we moved that one forward to town council, and that's essentially the business license examination that we're going to be doing the RFP for. So, but we can, as I say, we can continue to have that conversation.
Okay, so I guess Vice Mayor Risto.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple comments. I mean, part of this for me, when this first came up as a strategic priority, I thought it was worth pursuing. Well, from a fiscal responsibility point of view, I do care about the revenue, but that's not my top reason to want to get more information about it and look at it. Cannabis is legal. It's a product a large number of our residents use. We talk about shop local. I have lived in this town since 1987. I have always made a choice to shop locally. I won't go to a mall or anywhere else because I think I can save $5 on something. I have always limited my choices of what to purchase pretty much by what's based in town. And there's very little I can't buy in town. And I feel like it's somewhat of my responsibility to help promote bringing what we are missing in our town here. And I don't want anyone to take this the wrong way. Good minds can disagree, but I do think there's somewhat of a moralistic lens being put on cannabis when in fact we collect sales tax on alcohol, we collect sales tax on gasoline, which if you believe in climate change, if you believe in pollution, if you believe in other things, there are communities that are actually banning gas stations or not allowing new ones. There's probably a whole group of people in our town who would like to see hamburger places banned because of, you know, there's nothing good for your body about red meat and what it does to the planet. So I am trying not to put a moral lens on some of this. There are people of all ages that legally and with care and with health use cannabis just as responsibly as there are people who use alcohol responsibly. Can it be abused? Of course. And so can alcohol, and so can a lot of other things. So I'm just feeling like and what I feel is not how I will vote. I need to know how the community feels. But I think if we don't continue getting information and kind of vetting this out, we're just basically taking an opportunity to provide local retail to residents who want to shop in town, and we're losing an opportunity to collect sales tax where we would be bringing money in, taxing something that someone's already buying, as opposed to, like, for example, the example of putting out a parcel tax to pay for the library, where all of a sudden everybody has to pay that whether they want it or not. It would be a choice for somebody to purchase at a location in Los Gatos where they know what the tax would be, and a product that they're already buying somewhere else.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudis, did you have more?
I had one other question before stating my position on it.
Go ahead.
And that is about the ballot measure itself. A tax ballot measure, does it need to pass by a simple or a 2/3 majority? I've been reading some things about that a ballot measure of this sort through the appeals court is now considered a simple majority issue.
So you could structure your ballot measure either a general tax or a special tax. And a special tax means that the revenue would then go to a specific source, and that would require the 2/3 majority. Where the appeals court that you mentioned had to do with a citizens initiative. This would not be a citizens initiative. This is a council-sponsored ballot measure, so that appellate decision wouldn't apply to here. But that law did quite change the framework for ballot initiatives, in that if a citizens initiative is brought forward, you don't need more than the 50%, even if it's a special tax. So that's the change. But for this discussion, it would be council's decision whether you wanted it as a general tax or special tax, and that would determine whether you needed 50% or 2/3.
So it would depend on exactly what question we're asking.
Exactly. Yes.
On that we would want to know. So, my thinking about this is that I would like to get more information, but I actually believe that the information is more for the residents than for me itself. Consumption of cannabis is legal in California. And yet each municipality can create its own regulations concerning commerce and taxation, et cetera. And, as a council member, I often have to weigh in on issues for which I've developed some unique and deep knowledge, such as where a bike lane should be, how wide it should be, how we should handle our capital funding for improvements, whether we should fund improved services for our 60+ residents. With regard to cannabis, I'm not in a position to advocate, as I've heard some others tonight, because I don't have deep knowledge, and I would prefer to get to our residents' position on this quickly. And I think that our residents have the right to decide if and how to tax cannabis, and beyond that, whether to have commercial cannabis operations in town. We've heard enough conflicting information between a ballot initiative from several years ago to a poll that was just taken recently. And a scientific way to deal with this is not another survey as much as it is to get to a ballot initiative. And so I would prefer to move this forward in community engagement to get to a ballot initiative about whether and how to tax cannabis, and whether and how to have commercial operations of cannabis in town. But I also am concerned about the scope of the proposed consulting that's been agreement that I've seen. And so I think my preference would be to limit to the items that are needed to get to such a ballot initiative. And so there were some things in there in the consulting agreement that were, I think, beyond the scope of getting to that initiative, you know, asking questions about how setting up a process to solicit bids and responses and evaluate bids, that comes after whether the town wants this or not. So I actually would prefer engaging a consultant, but limiting the scope. They've asked for 28,900. I would suggest eliminate at least that item and reduce it to 20,000 and get these questions answered so that we can get it on the ballot. I'm concerned about going beyond into areas like how we manage bids is beginning to step into the area of advocating for this, where we really need to listen to our constituents. So I'm uncomfortable with a broad-based consulting agreement at this time. I'd like it to be very focused on the issue of building a ballot initiative so that we can get some input in it. So those are some thoughts.
Okay, if no other hands raised, I'll go ahead and call the question on this one. Councilmember Hudis, or wait, you want to make a comment, Councilmember Sack? Yeah, go ahead.
A quick question, and I'm sorry it's late, but I want to make sure we get this right, because again, what Councilmember Hudis said falls in line with my concern as well as messaging, and that we're not predetermining anything. And so given given the agreement that's actually in front of us, I heard Mr. Schultz, you say that there's an opportunity once we have a consultant on board to meet individually, and like, how can we start to refine so that we do limit the scope, so that at least my concern that this is not a predetermined answer is addressed?
So that was not the agreement with the town of Los Gatos. That was an example from 3 or 4 years ago that I found, and there's many that HDL does, and we can determine what they will and won't do. And I completely agree with Matthew Hudis. I would not at this point in time be having them spend the application process and how you're going to select the retail business that you would like to have in town, because like you said, why be doing that if in June you're not going to put it on the ballot? That could come after that fact. If after you get on the ballot and it passes, then you could hire this consultant again if need be to do that process. So that for certain. There's certainly other things. I was just giving that. I tried to find one, and most didn't have that in there, but I was trying to find the most robust one that I could find, as opposed to one that had a very limited scope, so you could see all the issues that they could. But that's a very good point, Councilman Hudis, and I had no intention in when we get the consultant on board for having them do that work.
Okay.
And if you would like, and you want to see the actual scope, we can bring that back. There'd be a little bit delay in getting them going, but if the council moves forward with this, I'm going to be on the phone tomorrow getting proposals from 2 or 3 different companies and moving forward very quickly, because we do have a limited set of time, because it's January and June is our deadline to put it on the ballot. So there's a limited period of time, but certainly, yes, I heard Councilmember Sayaks and Councilman Hudis is getting to the bottom line of what we need to have, but with making certain that the messaging is that no decision has been made. That decision, which I have been saying in all my presentations, it's the phase 1, then you have the phase 2, and the final decision is made in June on whether you put it on the ballot, or you say you're not ready yet and you could wait 2 more years.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, would you like to modify your motion?
Yeah, modify or clarify. I would say that my motion is to approve up to $50,000 for the consultants. So we've got that set, and that the terms of that agreement and the scope of it would come back to the council. But right now it's for the initial work to do the community outreach. It's to evaluate the potential taxation of cannabis and the potential amendments to the town's cannabis ordinance in an amount not to exceed $50,000. And then I think this needs to come back to the council as that agreement is worked out to see what the scope would be by June.
And that's acceptable to the seconder.
And the only other clarification is council looking at further surveying being done professionally?
I would include that in my motion.
That's okay with the seconder. Okay, Councilmember Hudis.
So I would be comfortable. I am comfortable with another survey, but I also wanted to drill down a little bit on the economic analysis that's going to be done. In the sample, I did not see specifically that the consultant would prepare an estimate of revenues, even if it's and it could be a range in that estimate and the assumptions, but they talk about different levels of taxation, all that stuff. But if we're doing this for revenue enhancement, I really think it's important for the consultant to back it up with an estimate of potential revenues. So in order for me to support the motion, I would want to see an estimate of potential revenues in there as well.
In my understanding, that would definitely be included, even if it wasn't in the sample. Because yes, that's one of the issues that I've just struggled with for months and months, trying to nail that estimate down for us as opposed to what other towns and cities have estimated.
Thank you.
Okay, so I will call the question now. Councilmember Hudis.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
No.
Councilmember Sayak.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye, passes 4-1. So we close this item. We have to go back to item 5, but we have 6 minutes before midnight, and our policy says we need a motion to go beyond midnight. So Councilmember Sayak, would you like to make us a motion?
I make a motion that we go till 12:15 or until item 5 is finished.
Councilmember
Well, whatever's earlier.
Correct. Councilmember Hudis?
Second.
Okay, so well, I'll call the question. Councilmember Sayak?
Yes.
Councilmember Hudis?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto?
Aye.
And I vote aye, passes unanimously. So to try to cut down on the time, I will start with item number 5. I'll start with Councilmember Hudis. Please let us know why or ask your questions for pulling this one.
Thank you. I wanted to understand whether staff has analyzed the Boulevard plan to determine if any of its elements should be incorporated into other land use policy documents. That was the instruction from the policy committee, and I didn't see that in the report itself.
Thank you, Council Member. Jennifer Armour, Planning Manager. We did take a look through the Los Gatos Boulevard plan as stated in the Planning Commission staff report and as directed. And we made sure that all elements there were either in other documents or superseded by other documents. We worked with Parks and Public Works Department as well, since a lot of the elements do coincide with components of our bike and pedestrian master plan.
And does that include the draft general plan or the existing general plan?
We actually focused on the commercial design guidelines and the bike and pedestrian master plan.
Did it include elements of the draft general plan?
We did not base this on the draft general plan, as that has not been adopted yet.
Okay, because that was my concern. And the second question I would have is, why wouldn't we wait until we've adopted the 2040 general plan in order to rescind this plan and do it simultaneously with adopting the new plan? What is the advantage of rescinding it now?
Well, that is, thank you. That is an option that we could delay, but as previously stated, because of direction from the policy committee and the review by the planning commission, we did move forward with review of this based on current regulations and guideline documents to make sure that all of those components were already incorporated elsewhere or superseded. So based on that, we made the recommendation to Planning Commission to consider the recommendation for rescinding.
And if I could just add, we have a lot of interest in various properties along the boulevard. And to the extent there's clarity around what are the governing documents, then there's a little bit more certainty about potential investments in Los Gatos, and having a plan called the Los Gatos Boulevard Plan that's now superseded by other policy documents just creates more confusion and makes it a little bit more difficult as to why we're keeping something on the books if it is really no longer relevant.
I see. So, my concern would be that we got an application for something that was where we had some governance from the Boulevard plan, and we no longer do, and we don't have a new general plan that fills that gap. So I would assume that in that case, then staff would make the council aware of that kind of a circumstance. Is that correct?
Thank you. If we had a project that was on Los Gatos Boulevard and came in following the rescinding of the Los Gatos Boulevard plan, staff would review that for compliance with the commercial design guidelines and any other applicable plans, including the community design element of the current general plan. And then of the future general plan once that has been adopted. So one of the special things about our general plan is that it already does include that community design element, and it has components in there and policies that any future project would need to comply with. And that has been updated more recently than this Los Gatos Boulevard plan. So it was brought up as part of the discussions on the general plan that this was something that should be considered for rescinding, but it really is based on the other documents that are currently in force that we've moved forward with this recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, before I forget, I will open the public testimony for this item. Would anybody from the public wish to address us on this item? I don't see any hands. I will close the public testimony and come back for a motion. Would anybody like to make a motion on this item? Vice Mayor Risto.
Yes, thank you. I move to adopt a resolution to rescind the Los Gatos Boulevard plan as outlined in attachment 2 of the report.
Do I have a second? Councilmember Sayak.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have motion and a second. Any further discussion? Don't see any hands up. I will call the question. Councilmember Sayak.
Yes.
Councilmember Hudes.
No.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye, passes 4-1. And that is the end of our agenda. Is there anything I've forgotten? Doesn't look like it. So we are adjourned at 12:01. All right. Good night, everybody.